Hey yo, it's me, Koizetsu the Koi, oh no, and I'm doing stuff today. Where am I? I know the new Shadowverse expansion came out, and I said I'd do it a little, but minor problem. I might have had a bit of a crasher day the other day because I ran out of the magic juice that keeps me awake. And I couldn't get down what I needed to get done. And since I'm missing my deliverables, I need to meet them now. We're gonna do some quick Shadowverse rolls for the new cards. Why is it not fill the screen properly, you game? Ah, that's close enough. Yeah, we gotta do this, and then quickly I'm gonna be ducking back over to do some art because I need to meet a deliverable. And my deliverable is submitting an entry for a contest that I probably won't win, but maybe if I get viewed will give me some exposure, and I need that so people notice me and follow me and talk to me in stream chat so I'm not alone, rambling at the wall like a crazy person, except on the internet so people know I did it. Free packs! Free packs! We have free packs today, folks. That's cool, right? Ba-ba-ba-ba-boo. Why is it not? Why is the game audio off? That's weird. Did I turn the game audio off? I think I might have turned the game audio off. No, I didn't. Did I mute the game audio settings? Oh, I think I know what it is. My headphones aren't connected to the right thing. No, that's weird. I'm not hearing it now. Did the game not like me changing my audio input device? Usually that doesn't happen. Okay. That's weird. Audio test file, go.
You're walking in the woods. There's no one.
No, it's still doing. Oh, free packs. Better open those. But for real though, did I change my volume mixer settings on this game? Yeah, I did. I muted in volume mixer settings. Wonder why I did that. Oh right, it's because I was fiddling around with a deck build and I just could not be bothered to navigate my menu because I was trying to do a quick change, and then I just, I slammed it down with the force of 1,000 suns. 1,000 million suns. Dribbling down for everyone. That's all we need under the gun. Bedu bop. Maybe I should change this stream name. Bam. That should do it. Yep. And no good cards, but come on, maybe we'll get at least one cool new expansion card just to look at it. Very unfortunately, it turned out all the cards in this expansion are actually fucking awful because they designed them for limited and not to fix any of the problems that currently the game faces in draft or constructed. So it's ass. It's ass cheeks. These cards are awful. Oh, animated piano man. Dislike that. Oh, now I'm yawning a little. I think I'm gonna need to go grab myself some Coca-Cola. Caffeine. I'm a fiending for that caffeine. The caffeine is on my back. The devil whispered in my ear, Koi, buff your consciousness up with this temporary liquid. it'll give you mental fortitude. And I say, the sound of me slowly dying in the real world and outside. Okay, who's the... Why are you showing up some of these cards that ain't leaders next to the leader cards? That's kind of weird. Huh. Okay, but how do I see the alt art cards? How do I see the alt art cards? Great, whatever. You know, quick AFK then. I'm going to be going to grab some liquid energy. Then I'll be back. And you all will have to suffer through watching me animate stuff. Also, I have to pull up another monitor to make sure y'all to put up some video in the corners. It's not all that boring. God, I can feel my body breathing in this sugar and caffeine. Ah, I need this. Keeps me alive, keeps me strong, keeps my brain moving at a rate.
You're walking.
Here to unforeseen, and I need to find some YouTube videos to watch that are actually not just like other people streaming. Well, what's a good discussion channel I can watch? That's not easy. Well, that's not. Let's see. I guess let's pop up the Internet Historian playlist. That's always a good good listen to.
Brought to you by...
This is not the right channel. Why does he have a channel of things that aren't
Berry.
Can I reverse the direction this playlist plays in? You know what? Shuffle works. Okay. Baba Booey. Add a window capture. Ramp extra, become that. Pop that up. Make it a little smaller. That there. Press over to swap to my animation. Yeah. You know what, actually, Little Koi, I think we're going to cover you today. Yeah, let's get going. I gotta crank out at least another 15 seconds of animation, which, as y'all might know, is a lot. That is 120 frames, but some of them are going to be repeating, so don't tell anyone. Wink, wink. Animator Secret Guild. Unite.
Brought to you by NordVPN.
Oh wait, is this starting on the theater one? I kind of watched this like yesterday.
Battletoads. The high difficulty and nostalgia of the game made it a cult phenomenon. What made it into a meme is not entirely known. What we do know is that it started on 4chan with Battletoads as the unhelpful answer to any question about a game, and is this Battletoads? As the follow-up question to any game trailer. It got old fast. Then, all of a sudden, people from 4chan found a fun game. Called GameStop and asked them for Battletoads pre-orders for the new Nintendo Wii.
Oh
The game
no.
didn't exist.
Thank you for calling GameStop.
If you could search for a game for me.
Yeah.
The name's
Like-
Battletoads. Do you have
Like every 4chan thing, it became very unfunny very quickly, and like when it reached the level of harassing dudes on the internet, just bothering people in real life.
Battletoads for the Wii.
Yes, I want to get the release date for Battletoads.
They don't have Battletoads? They don't have Battletoads? What?
Battletoads?
God.
Part 1, 2, or 3.
You seriously have Battletoads?
1, 2, or 3.
1.
1, $9.99, bro.
Wow, that's fucking amazing. That
It is. Do you want it for Wii, Xbox, PlayStation, or GameCube? Because it's actually cheaper on GameCube.
Oh, is it?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Comes with a hug and a kiss too. Mwah, hello.
Damn, some people got onto
More
it.
than 40 GameStop stores were targeted, and thousands of calls were made. At first, some stores were nice and simply said they didn't have it. After a few hours of the same dumb question, they started getting mad.
I'm gonna take this Battletoads and shove it so far up your fucking ass, buddy. I don't have time for this fucking bullshit.
You don't have time for this bullshit. I don't have time for this bullshit. Battletoads is my fucking son's life.
Not all of the raiders were successful.
Starts off as you guys got Battletoads. He kept calling back, and then he would progressively get more profane. Please stop, you know, it's starting to get very frustrating. We have a decent amount of people in the store. The kid didn't think to block his number. So, I called his house, got his mother. All of a sudden you hear her yell for her son, and to kind of whimper and cry in the back.
Classic 4chan L.
Edition and 9000 Smiles Edition made their way into the routine.
The game is Battletoads for Wii.
Oh yeah, we've got plenty of Battletoads.
You do? I'm looking for a limited edition actually. Do you have the one with the 9,000 mudkips?
Yeah, hold on just a second.
And from there, the game escalated to throwing in as much offensive content as possible to your pre-order call.
Yeah, 4chan in a nutshell.
Tell me a little bit about the content, not any bad language or anything like that. There's no promotion of any homosexual lifestyles. There's no violence. You know, there's no drugs in there, anything like that.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure it's you know, if it's.
I don't know if you have anything against homosexual people, you know.
Well, you know, I'm just saying that, you know, I don't want my son to die from AIDS when he's 12. You know what I'm saying, basically. That's just my personal values. We raise him Christian, you know. I don't let him, you know, I don't let him eat candy. I don't let him, you know, talk to him. I don't let him do a lot of things. I'm very protective.
So good.
Well,
Okay.
I'm on the phone because that is a racial comment.
That's
so
not a
I
racial
put the
comment
phone-
in the species. Oh fuck, he hung up.
Oh, so by the way, here's what I've got so far. So far, I've got this.
2008,
Let me pop the background on again so you can actually see some pretty good res. Like, get there, got the bow, it's going in. Oh, you know what, actually, it's, that's fucking zoomed out as hell. Let's zoom this in a little. Yeah, let's go. There goes the arrow, nice little animation there. The floaty dude who's this desync, because I have to edit the layer right now so it can't actually show up. Cripple guy, some nice bit of animation, popping something open. The turn, that's where we're at so far. And we got currently after this is a bit more fight animation, and 2 more dialogue turns and a smug look. Only one of those parts is going to be easy, and it's the smug look. Yeah, I love animation. I really do. Kind of a passion in me.
Universal Studios
Liquid.
but according to a number of publications, they were announcing the new Battletoads movie to come out on September 11th, 2008.
Oh
Cast included
no.
animators such as
Oh no.
Will Smith, Samuel L. Jackson, and Bill Cosby featuring as voice actors for the Toads. Eventually, though, the lulls died down, and by late 2008, the meme was all used up. It went underground, only to resurge every once in a while, but remnants live on in Keck and other contemporary memes. And that is the brave story of the Battletoads raids of 2008. Every few days I'll be releasing a new video, and on this channel I'll be
Okay, we're gonna put this
all of the
here.
major
We're gonna mark
raids
this
throughout the
one
history of the internet.
as React Face 1. This is how we know. This is gonna help us sort the layers a little. But right now, what I really need to do is just give the head a little tilt to the side. It's like, oh, you talking to me for this part of it? So, oop. I'm gonna draw the eyes on real carefully for this one. Gotta make sure it works. Oh god, it's the fucking Shia LaBeouf saga. We're gonna be watching this section out of order, aren't we? Great.
After defeat on the
Actually great.
New York and New Mexico, Shia headed
Oh
to
right,
a
they
location.
so he did cut this section out, but there was a section for the one in New Mexico where apparently a guy just got actually shot at the fucking demonstration, and that's why they stopped having it in New Mexico. It's not a very funny story. It's just that someone got horrifically injured, which was great. Everyone loved that. No one loved that. Maybe the guy who shot the guy who was probably enjoying himself before they arrested him. Because, they had high police presence at the event because they were very concerned that some idiot would try to do something stupid. And as it turned out, somebody did do something stupid by shooting some fucking guy. Great. Fun for the whole family. I think I'm gonna have to actually just fuck these up. I can't do these geometrically like this. I'm gonna have to make them more exaggerated. These ones are fine because they're gonna be the perspective's gonna be weird on the angle. Because this is where we show that they're not flat on the helmet, they're sticking out a little. This little frame here is gonna actually be crucial for that. But what we need here is I'm gonna actually make them just a little bit more exaggerated. So they don't look quite as perfectly heart-shaped, but they're gonna look close enough that it'll look good on the close-up. Because unlike on the other shot, like the dynamic one in the beginning, for reference, this one, since it's far out and the viewpoint's changing dynamically, it's very easy to actually not make it look quite as good and get away with it, which is sort of how animation works all the time. You gotta be. It's always it's the illusion of things looking amazing versus they are amazing. Like if I had a massive production value, I could make it look as amazing as it seems to be amazing, but I don't. So we're gonna finagle it. Got to make it look as good as I can make it because I'm right now in the step of I don't know if I can actually finish this by Sunday for the competition I'm trying to enter. So we're just gonna put it this way. And again, it's not really that important that I win. No, the 2K would be pretty nice. What I really want is to finish it because I know that the person who's doing this is gonna read out the names of the people who made these things, and I might catch a little bit of exposure. Plus I also want to see if I can do this. I've gotten my hands on the better version of better software. I'm no longer as frame limited as I used to be, which I'm very happy about. That works. No, it doesn't. Oh my god, that's fucked up. Hold on the back. Shit. So what we're going to do is a little bit of a tricky thing here. We're going to use a brace. Make this work. So I'm going to use a different layer, different color, and I'm going to use some tracer lines to let me know where the actual thing needs to go. The damn thing needs to go. So Out here, I think is where the face. Do that for this. That for this on the bottom. We'll do this for the top. Bottom on one. I'm noticing now that that I think part of my angle problem is that I'm trying to make one of them a little lower on the head than it should be, and it's going a little too low. We're gonna there. Out here for the midpoint. Out here for the other midpoint. Close enough on these. This is all rough. This is all rough estimate. So now if I go back here, change my color, I can do these layers. Partially explaining this to you guys in chat, even if you guys might not exist, is going to really help me out on this, because sometimes I overthink things or underthink things, and having a way to rubber duck it, to use a programming term, you know, a fake rubber duck to talk to, is going to help. Boop boop. Yeah, perfect. Looks better already, see? And now I can go to this one. We'll use these templates to figure out where to place it on the real one. So it's gonna be right about here. We're gonna go use this again. We're gonna previous version. We're gonna go here. And see, the best part about this is we're going to be using the same frame repeatedly for the tilt, because we're just going to take it and rotate it for the angle. So we don't actually need to do too much with it. We can even just go like, oop. Yeah, because once we get the onion layer, we can also just track it here. It all moves across pretty nicely. We just gotta have that narrow middle line so we know exactly what goes in the middle, and we're done. Woo!
No more chanting or interaction. This latest exhibit would just be a flag waving arrogantly in front of a camera.
Oh my god, is this the last
There were no
one?
landmarks, no scenery, no clues at all to its whereabouts. It would be impossible to find, and nothing could stop the broadcast. Checkmate. And this would allow Shire to act smug for the next 4 to 8 years. That is, unless Pol's agents could find a way to track it down. Challenge accepted. It was to be the greatest game of capture the flag ever.
See, this one's actually a fucking insane part of the story.
They set about gathering all the information they could on the local environment, trying to match up cloud, wind patterns, and ambient noise. Because it was a live stream, they could match the time of sunset to quickly discern that the flag was somewhere in the Eastern time zone. That's 2/3
Like, actually like fucking insane detective work on here.
About Shire's whereabouts, as it was highly likely that he was present for the raising of the flag itself. As time went on, distinct noises could be heard in the background, the croaking of frogs, suggesting water nearby. Then, the second big break, in the distance, just faintly, 2 jet streams. Pol quickly opened a live feed of all of the air traffic across the eastern seaboard, but identifying these 2 lines, amongst all of this, would be a challenge.
Yeah. Guess how that turns out for Shia LaBeouf.
Found this post. At a small town diner in Tennessee, this waitress couldn't help but brag about her run-in with Shire. It was another big break. TMZ also reported that Shire had been seen fly fishing in the area. The search was closing in on Greenville, Tennessee. The hunt was moving much faster now. According to the aviation team, 2 more planes would soon be flying overhead. If they could be spotted on the live stream,
gotta just try to select this area so I can just move this one a little smaller. Don't have to redraw it again.
To further narrow down the search area,
Sometimes you gotta work a little smarter than harder.
started charting all of the flight paths of spotted planes. But they still needed more information. And as day turned to night, they got it. Pol's astronomy division used the constellations to narrow down the angle and rough position of the camera. With this, the flight paths, and some advanced trigonometry, the candidate area had been reduced way down. Further confirmation from weather satellites backed up the claim as an agent was dispatched to the scene. As he
Yeah, we're just gonna move these the bottom one down a little bit further.
Viewers of the live stream gave feedback as it got louder. A few minutes later, target sighted. But he couldn't just head in during broad daylight and risk Shire's wrath.
God forbid.
Instead, he had to wait for the cloak of night. In the meanwhile, Paul got to work.
We cut that out again because we don't need it. Perfect. Now we do the funny thing.
A few hours later, the flag came down, and a MAGA hat and shirt went up. It was a beautiful moment, and it all took place on the live stream. Pol's Central Intelligence Agency had clocked Windu Season 3 in 38 hours and 14
God, look at all these fucking
Poor
frames.
Shire was divided for a third time. Could he ever recover?
We gotta do this part in a separate layer because what we're gonna be including in this section is a tilt.
Well, as I was editing this video, there has been an update. The stream has gone down and the MAGA hat and shirt with it, but intel indicates that the flag will be up again soon.
Yeah.
A drone was flown over the area, and you can see here that Shire is keeping guard of the flagless pole. In response,
What the fuck? He's got nothing to do. He's like, I gotta look at it, right?
the drone carries a sophisticated device. You can see here a MAGA hat, Confederate flag, and bucket. To find out what will happen next, stay tuned for Season 4.
Okay, we're gonna just move this. Move this layer a little bit further this way. Portray the body moving because the body doesn't just stay. It doesn't just. The head. Your head doesn't just stay still when you rotate it. The body actually turns a little too. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, this part's 15, so we're gonna. Whoop. Yeah, it's same size.
Tonight, the story of Leroy Jenkins, the man who got famous
Oh, this is an old one.
prematurely ejaculating himself onto the face of battle. He is Ben Schultz, a regular guy from Lafayette, Colorado, only an hour's drive from Balloon Boy's house as it happens.
God, what has happened on that part of the planet? It's like.
Electrical engineering. So, Ben and a few of his mates got drunk one night on 40s and decided to make a guild. They settled on the most sarcastic name they could think of, Pals for Life. But they needed more people to join so they could raid. So they made this video.
Classic WoW. That looks for the body.
Yes, it's staying.
So now we got to go for the tilt. So step one, we got to just group
Here
this.
I made a map so you can see what it looks like without all the chaos. Find a full
Add 2 more layers. Just add some details.
As soon as they upload
First layer.
views
Boom.
went bananas.
Add a little bit of a thing here. Got to make the
But fame was
inner
not
line.
mistress to Leroy, taking as much as she gave. People started to follow him around in the game. They would camp outside UBRS, hoping he would show up. He would get hundreds of whispers every day. Some like this, some like this, but mostly like this. He even had a stalker who would follow him day in and day out trying to find personal information.
Oof.
In those days, WoW didn't allow cross-server play either, so that meant huge queues and wait times. And when you got in, there were even bigger problems. Loot lag, rollback, disconnection, which meant re-queuing. And Leroy's video was attracting tens of thousands of new players to his server. It was beginning to impede the way he played the game.
Yeah, this part we're gonna leave.
Worse,
We're gonna leave this
wasn't
part
the kind of
zoomed
fame
out,
that allowed him to get rich either.
but we're gonna make this part
Fame.
have
He and
this.
his guild tried to make money by selling merch, but they had trouble with Blizzard's copyright, so the best they could do was sell shirts with Ben's face on it. They didn't sell very well. They invited him to host at BlizzCon.
Alright, I was cannon rushing, just being a jackass, just drinking.
It went okay. Ben was offered a job at EA, but he turned it down because the pay wasn't great. And it was only a 6-month contract that would require him to move across the country. Meanwhile,
Yikes.
Blizzard sees the popularity of Leroy and pumps out figurines and lore. Ever notice how Leroy gets whiter over time?
Weird.
They even make him into a quest, but it's voiced by some random guy. Ben decides to send an email to Blizzard and say, hey, what about me? So they let him VO for it. And then, that's it. He was invited to a few other events.
Yeah, it works. Let's just pop another one down here. These two ones on the support layer are just gonna be the outline.
Meanwhile, Pals for Life had become the most attractive guild on the server.
Are these ones fucking multi-layering?
Of success, with glistening splashes of legendary items and trophies glazing its founders. We'll be right back.
Police are on the lookout for Leroy Jenkins Jr. of Jacksonville. They now have a first-degree murder warrant out for the...
Oh no! Oh no.
During
Murder?
an interview, he says he's working on a new viral video that will be out by the end of the year. But instead of another viral hit, he dies.
Oh.
Okay, no, he didn't die.
What?
But
Yeah.
he did quit the game. He was bored with it. All of his
Actually, wait, these ones on the side, we don't need it.
Jamal and Anthony quit in 2007, and Abdul in 2008.
Abdul, no! Who ran the numbers?
It seems that Pals for Life really meant pals for about 2 years. Leroy comes back in 2011, but he doesn't stay around for long. He doesn't even play his own quest. In 2011, he makes an appearance in a fake trailer called The Chronicles of Rick Roll. A full version of the movie, of course, is never to be made.
All right, Jones. Let's do this.
But in that same year, he gets a proper brush with Hollywood. The Warcraft movie is announced.
Oof.
One of the first
I think this fell through, didn't it?
features Private Jenkins, a rogue soldier who breaks rank and charges into battle before he should. But before production, they cut him from the script.
Aww.
No Leroy.
Sad.
They do invite him to the premiere, though. Here he is with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie, I hear you've been yelling Leroy Jenkins all day.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I'd love to hear your best one. All right,
ready?
I got a surprise for you, though.
Yeah, I know.
All right, chums, let's do this.
All around me are familiar faces.
Pleasure to meet you, by the way.
The movie did all right in China. So they'll probably
Right.
make a sequel. And if they do, it'd be nice to see Ben make a cameo.
I forgot that movie critically panned. Whoopsie doopsies.
Ben has gone back to his regular life as an electrician. And that's the story so far. The man, the meme, the icon of internet history. Ben Schultz. Good night. Alright, no problem. I'll just be here doing my research. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Ooh.
Oh right, I forgot that this program auto assumes that I'm trying to like name these things like till, and the T at the end is a naming convention, so I've gotta go just name it like Perfect. Now I just need 4 of these. Although actually, honestly, we probably shouldn't be doing this. Like, it should be like this, this. We do make this copy. That's the same frame. Same from there. Right, that's the wrong layer. I'm asking about layer selection. It doesn't move as much as I think it does. You gotta stop pausing this. Why aren't you auto-playing? I thought I said you'd auto-play. Oh, is it dying? I think this one's dying. Oh my god.
Wow, okay, I'm going to be doing some real history for once.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
2,800 years ago, there were these guys called the Greeks. They're extinct now. But when they were around, they invented the Olympics.
Let me touch it. No.
To start the games, they would take a bunch of virgins, not that kind, who would do a ceremony and light a torch using a curved mirror. That torch would light a cauldron, which would burn throughout the duration of the games. Which didn't go for very long, by the way. Back then, there were only about 4 events. Stick throw, heavy frisbee, wrestling, and a 4th thing. So you were done in about 45 minutes and back to the villa in time for a traditional taco dinner. But here's the important bit. The cauldron is tradition, but the torch relay is totally made up. It was invented in the 20th century for the 1936 Berlin Olympics as a symbolic piece of Aryan propaganda for you-know-who.
Oof.
And so ever since, it's been cursed. But wait, back to the thing, because you're probably wondering how the flame gets all the way from Greece to, say, Brazil with an open flame.
Okay.
Well, it goes by boat.
And now here we're gonna do a fancy little part of this animation process where we move the actual replay area from here to here, so we don't replay the entire fucking clip of animation every time we want to preview the little bit we're doing here, which, as you can see, we've got a lot to do. We're not going to finish today, but we're going to get. I hope we can get to at least the 200 mark.
A cat and mouse game between security staff and protesters.
Let's try deleting this layer for see if that fixes it. Just make it more abrupt on the motion. I think the interpolation between these two is a little off.
There's a jaguar as a mascot, which got spooked, probably by the fire, and then attacked one of the soldiers.
Jeez, bit me right in the face.
They shot it. But this isn't the first instance of the Olympics killing animals. Seoul, 1988. To celebrate the occasion, they released 2,400 white pigeons into the stadium. A great idea on paper. But then comes the Olympic flame, and here's the big ceremonial... Oh no. Oh no. People reported the smell of burnt pigeon for several days. In 2008, the curse came to Beijing. Here's the route. Starting in Greece with protests. Then in Kazakhstan, the Uyghurs activists attempting to disrupt, although they got arrested and deported back to China. Turkey, more of the same type of protesters and more of the same type of arrests.
You violated the law.
Russia, protests. Then in Great Britain, the torch relay had to be detoured several times. By the time it was gone, there were over 70 arrests, and the mayor described the security team as a bunch of thugs. Also a protester with a fire extinguisher. France, more extinguishers and arrests. After 50 disruptions, they gave up and just hopped on the bus and left. Argentina, the flame was attacked with water balloons. Tanzania, no problems. Oman, no problem. India, more protests. Thailand, more protests. Malaysia, more protests. Indonesia, more protests. Australia, more protests. Japan, more protests. South Korea, more protests. North Korea, of course there were no protests in North Korea. Vietnam, protests. Hong Kong, protests. Macau, an arrest. And then finally to China, where the gods were so angry that the torch had made it, that an earthquake happened and 60,000 people died. Another thing that keeps going wrong with the torch relay is that they choose the wrong people to carry it. And then, when it arrives at the cauldron, it has a habit of going out. Montreal 1976 is considered the most disorganized Olympics ever. They had just finished building the stadium in time. Well, all except the roof. So every time it rained, it went out. Luckily, a well-meaning security guard was there to rekindle it with his lighter. Funnily enough, this isn't the first time that's happened. 2014, Sochi. He gets about 5 minutes in, and then, whoops, it's gone out. So he marches over to this dude, who just gives it the old Montreal special. They later had to douse it and relay it with the official flame. Also in Athens, in 2004, the official cauldron was snuffed out.
Yep, okay, that works.
2012, the London Games. A gust of wind blew out the flame during the opening ceremony in Olympia.
So now we got to do the other part of this, which is draw the hand, moving and pointing at ourselves.
In London, the
but you know,
team
it was fun.
Got splashed. In Sydney in 2000, did they pick Sonic as their mascot? Protesters were there with a fire extinguisher, but failed. The ocean failed too. But your boy, Gust of Wind, did it again. Anyway, I think you get the point. That's about the end of the video. Except to say that it'll be interesting to watch out for Tokyo 2020. It promises to be one of the
Oh no! Oh no! When was this made? Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Thank you. Yeah, it is. Oofa doofa, that did not at all. Tokyo 2020. Ooh. Yikes. Yikes.
The new iPhone XD. The future of mobile. Hi, I'm Steve Jobs, and I've come back
Not at all.
to tell you about our latest innovation. But just before I show you this new phone, I want to tell you a story. It begins in 2013, and we had just released the new iOS 7. It was a proud moment for us, and it all went off without a hitch. That is, until 4chan had an idea.
A bogus ad that could cost you hundreds of dollars.
They started spreading rumors that the software upgrade made your phone waterproof. And they even started making marketing materials.
It's fucking wild. People fell for this.
According to these ads, advanced algorithms in the new iOS allowed the phone to detect when water was touching the circuitry. This would then trigger an automatic disconnect of the battery. Of course, this doesn't make any sense. But that didn't stop our customers from trying it anyway.
Oh my god. People are fucking stupid sometimes.
A number of news stories.
What I did not do, however, was then drop my phone into a bowl of water. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about others.
So how close would you get your cell phone to the water? Well...
Alright, Tony.
This is not funny.
Thank God we don't offer warranty on water damage. A year later, in September 2014, we were excited to release the new iOS 8. Well, it turned out that 4chan had also been planning to release a new feature, Apple Wave. They made another marketing campaign that claimed even more sophisticated algorithms that allowed the new iPhone battery to be charged by simply popping the thing in the microwave for 2 minutes.
Oh my
on
god.
time.
I am
that the RF
perplexed that this one
to
worked.
the radio towers could be used to absorb the microwaves and send them straight down to the battery. People really did this, by the way. And the news picked up on it too.
Yeah, don't put your phone in the microwave, don't put your phone in the toilet. I mean, come on, a lot of these things seem they should be common sense.
Charge your phone.
You'd think that,
with
but
the microwave feature.
Just to be clear, don't ever do that.
Now, it's hard to know for sure which of these tweets are real or hoaxes, and some of the news reports claimed that no one actually tried this at all.
I doubt that.
People haven't fallen, or at least admitted to have fallen for the destructive.
Fucking, there's no way anyone would admit to this shit, would they?
Say otherwise.
What can I do if I microwave my phone? Help! iPhone put in microwave and not working. I know it's stupid, but I put my phone in the microwave.
Okay, let's say I stuck my phone in the microwave.
Your phone and it will charge.
Drop it.
God, right, we can't access the early frames. We can move the play window.
And even the LAPD had to issue a warning after receiving a large number of distressed phone calls. How they were able to call the police, I haven't quite figured out. Now, the next campaign started...
Yo, good point, though. How did they?
We decided to use an aluminium chassis. It was cheaper, lighter, and it looked very nice. But yes, you could also bend the hell out of it.
The iPhone 6 Plus bends a lot.
So while our hipster customers with their skinny jeans were discovering a nice arse curve in their new phone. Thus, #BendGate was born. Some other brands took the opportunity to take the piss.
Yo, but
got flooded with the same bad accessory joke.
Yo, but props to the bout of superiority poster. Whoever did that PR poster had to move quick and come up with it. And honestly, fucking more power to that guy. Like, I hope he got a raise, or at the very least, a paid bonus for that. Okay, we gotta make the finger go higher on this one. Something wasn't just a number. No, ba-ba-boom.
BendGate was born. Some other brands took the opportunity to take the piss. Outwear got flooded with the same bad accessories.
Oh.
To prevent damage, we needed you.
Yep. How did that get to double speed?
You to be more delicate with your phones, or just buy a case. But instead, 4chan was there to make another marketing campaign. They decided that bend wasn't a bug, it was a feature, and people were encouraged to bend until their screen popped right out. And you did. The next 2 years passed without much happening. But then, in 2016, we released the new iPhone 7. And courageously, it featured no headphone jack. But one YouTuber, TechRax, decided to tell people otherwise.
Hidden inside your iPhone 7.
Oh my, no. I forgot people... I forgot people fell for this one.
Was drill for it. Article after article about people drilling into their phones. But we're just scratching the...
Have we ever talked about how people are kind of fucking stupid?
There was a bug that bricked your phone permanently if you set the date to January 1st, 1970.
It ends up with a time before January the 1st, 1970, which should just be a negative integer. Except it's not. It's wrapped all the way round. It's giving you a date 20 times longer than the expected lifespan of the universe.
So some idiot made a campaign there too. Big lines at the Genius Bar that week. But there's one last thing. We put a tiny seam in the side of your iPhone 6, so that it pulled out your hair every time you put your phone up to your face. I made that design decision. I thought it was funny. And all of this brings us to today, and your new iPhone. This is it. This is what you get. No more nice things. You can drown it, you can microwave it, you can drill it, and you can bend it. And
oh, did we put...
pull out some of your
Oh, we put some of these on the wrong fucking layer. Oh no.
No, but it's what you deserve Fuck you, stupids. I'm going back to my tomb. Available in
Whoops.
3 hard drive sizes, 12 megabytes, 13 megabytes, and 128 gigabytes. Hey guys, Internet Historian 66420 Productions here. Before I give you another mediocre video, here's an ad for Heroes of the Spire. Play it on your phone, borrow your friend's phone, then play it on the toilet. It's an action RPG PvP OMG. Wow, hey, are you playing Heroes of the Spire? Excuse me? That's a yes. Build a team. 400 is too many. Excuse me, sir. Can you please turn off your electronic... No, I'm playing Heroes of the Spire. Oh, sorry, sir.
Yeah, I gotta remember to put these on the right layer sometimes. Baby.
You can play as this guy. Oops, I should have blurred out his nipples. To see the uncensored version, you'll have to download the game. EA was not involved at all. It even has a Reddit. Don't worry about that. Download Alliance by my links to get $50,000 50 gems. Thanks, Konami.
Get out of there.
Hi there. It's me, J.K. Rowling. You know me from the series that inspired the Harry Potter erotica, and the ghostwriter for Tyler Oakley's autobiography. But I have another tale to weave for you today, and it's about spoilers. Flashback. 2005. My 6th book is coming out soon. The kids are excited. The parents are misguided. And the hype is building. But the popularity of the series also had some unintended effects. It gave rise to 4 nefarious groups, houses, if you will. The first, the bootleggers, making and selling knockoff merch, as well as knockoff books. The second, the gamblers, thousands of individuals.
Wait, where the hell did my color layer go?
Dollars on the outcome of the story. Who would die next? Who would Harry hook up with? And the third group, the thieves. One of them stole an early copy of the book and tried to sell it to the Sun newspaper for £50,000. This was getting serious. So the publishers started ramping up security. They put GPS trackers on all the pallets. Guards were stationed 24 hours a day. No one outside of a very small group was allowed to get their hands on the book. But despite the extra efforts, there was a leak. Which brings us to that 4th group, the Spoy Boys. They didn't care about money. All they wanted was to ruin the fun. You probably know these 3 magic words. Snape kills Dumbledore. The spoiler started.
I love fucking this up.
Everywhere. And then it went from online to RL. Teens were taking to their mom's minivans and heading out to bookstores where queues to buy the Half-Blood Prince were stretched around the block.
Snape kills Dumbledore! Hey! Snape kills Dumbledore!
But that wasn't all. They started printing custom shirts, posters. Even car enthusiasts were getting in on the action. Spoilers, get it? But worst hit of all were the sacred Potter forums. People were making accounts there and posting spoilers in every thread. I couldn't bear to watch. But there was an even bigger event on the horizon. The final book in the series. And this would contain the greatest spoilers of all. Fast forward to 2007. It's
I have here. Hold on a second, I gotta zoom in.
Journalists who are rummaging through my trash looking for scraps of paper.
Red for tilt.
We started
Belt
taking
for
it
tilt.
very seriously.
3 than 2. It's 3 than 2.
Trackers, more guards. We made fake endings. We even got the GCHQ involved to conduct surveillance on some of those first 3 groups. We did everything we possibly could for my precious book. And yet, the retailer DeepDiscount.com sent the bloody thing out to customers a week early. And the Spoy Boys were more prepared and organized than ever. July 18th. They called it P-Day, because they're not that creative. Attacks on the shores of the United States.
Harry's a Horcrux! Snobby dies, Tonks dies, Moody dies. Dies for Harry because Snape likes Harry's mom. Malfoy lives, actually. He's dead. He is so dead right now.
Let's ruin some lives.
God, some people really need a life.
Attacks in the streets of London.
And everywhere else, too. World of Warcraft, Furcadia, more shirts, posters with bolder font, more cars, even a shitty cake.
A few people even made a massive banner and hung it over the motorway to ruin it for morning commuters. They were stopped by police, thankfully.
Ah, people.
But the hardest hit of all,
Or once again, the beloved Potter Forum.
Potter Forums. 2:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, someone managed to get access to the site admin. They wrote a message with every single spoiler in it, set recipients to all, and hit send. Everyone registered to the site, thousands of the most dedicated fans.
You've got mail.
Received the email. The only thing they could do was temporarily close down the forum.
And that brings us to why I'm telling you all this. Because there were always supposed to be 8 books in the series. And now you'll never get to read the final installment. Harry Potter and the unbelievable plot twists that change everything. Because you couldn't keep your mouths shut.
Now, if you'll excuse me, it's tea time at my private moon castle. Toodaloo.
3, 2, 1.
Now we gotta redo this part. The layer's probably floating around somewhere, but I can't be fucked to sort it out. Nice.
In September 2015, a group of furries came together with a brilliant idea. Rainforest, a convention for and by furries. This is their story.
I'm just bringing in all the dirty laundry here, so you guys are lucky, and I'm probably going to ask you to not post that video, mister.
Rainforest is the reverse of DashCon. Where DashCon was a disaster caused by its organizers, Rainforest was a disaster caused by its attendees.
I am absolutely sure there is no truth to the rumor that Rainforest is under an evil curse.
It was, though, wasn't it?
And with that, it is my pleasure to officially declare Rainforest 2015 open.
It all started with a talent contest. That went okay. But as the night went on,
yeah,
some started to get absolutely...
Okay, so 1 hour, a bit of frames. Yeah, we've done half a minute, half a second.
A few hours later, the destruction had begun. Somebody had deliberately loosened the bolt on one of these toilets.
Okay, let's do a quick check to see how the audio plays with it. Gotta make sure this shit's synced, otherwise I'm gonna be pissed off again.
How'd you get so good? Yeah.
Okay, there's a pause before. Yeah, I can work that in.
Good. Good. Yeah.
Okay, back to the beginning. Like, where the hell is my marker?
Good. Yeah. 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 Good. Yeah, you good. Yeah, you're like 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 good.
Okay, one more frame off.
You're like good. Yeah, you're like good. Yeah, you're like good.
No, I think I was already cutting it as close as I could on the frames.
Yeah, you're like good. 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 Like good. Yeah, you're like good. Yeah, you're like good. Yeah, you're like way good. You're like good. Yeah, 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 you're like
Ugh, I think the hand doesn't look good when it's synced together with the head moving.
good. Yeah, you're like 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 good. Yeah, you're like
Unless no, I think it's the rotation on it that's making it look scuffed. So let's go here. God, it's on this.
yeah, you're like good. 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 Yeah.
Okay, one more frame of animation is gonna need to do it. Okay, so we'll take you. Make a copy of you, call that A. Build A moves here, and this one will just move the hand. We'll blow that up because we don't need it anymore. Damn it, get back here. You can go away because we don't need you. Color layer will just redraw. Boom.
When the next person flushed,
Okay.
water flooded everywhere, 2.5 inches deep. An emergency plumber was quickly on the scene, but the damage was already done. Water had leaked through the floor and onto the basement servers below. Meanwhile,
Staff and security are threatening to throw out some of the guests. They had disabled the fire alarm so they could hotbox their room.
Oh my.
Obviously, there are reasons not to do that. Down at the hot tub, someone took all of these towels and threw them into the spa, but not before rolling up towels and stuffing them directly into
Yeah,
the
this is
spa,
not going to work
causing
there.
thousands of dollars in damage.
It will slow down
And
that
they stepped it up
movement.
a notch from DashCon, from going number 1 in the ball pit to going number 2 in the swimming pool. Back at the bathroom, there were rumors that someone had drilled a glory hole into one of the stalls, although this wasn't confirmed. But what was confirmed was a haul of over 2,000 nitrous oxide canisters, just laying around in rooms and hallways.
Yeah, we gotta move
But that was
a
just the
rotation
start
on
of
this
the
one so it doesn't look too much like a drag.
First, a couple of
I
guys
think.
overindulge in mushrooms and need an ambulance. Then a staff member gets arrested for sexual assault.
Oh
Then someone else
no.
is arrested for regular assault. A few
Also,
others
oh
drank
no.
too much and needed a second ambulance. And on the other side of the car park, 2 more people are being arrested, one for drug possession and the other for dealing.
Drugs was the major problem.
Meanwhile, you have these guys roaming the halls. They call it crinkling, after the noise it makes when they walk around.
Oh no.
And yes, some of these diapers are full. The other guests weren't too pleased. Later on, they're just throwing food and diapers in the gardens and stairwells. They were behaving like animals?
One thing that's important is we do ask that you guys all be really good back to the hotel. You know the elevator buttons? You really don't have to use your foot. Just on the
Ugh.
A few hours later.
Put your pants on and stop breaking shit!
But that wasn't the end of it.
There was an incident with diapers being found on people's cars.
The hotel was left in ruins.
4 to 6 weeks later.
The Hiltons submitted a letter listing all of the reasons Rainforest would not be allowed at their venue from now on. The hotel damage was more than all of the other cons combined that year. But it wasn't just the damages. Rainforest was insured and had over 150 grand in the bank to pay for it all. Rainforest was just so toxic that they said, "No thank you, take your money elsewhere." But that left them with a rather large problem, because big hotel chains
Talk.
Hilton
Hey,
talks
I
to
remember that
Sheraton,
clip.
Talks to Marriott, talks to Holiday Inn, talks to Hyatt, talks to Best Western, but there's more. Someone was sending detailed letters to nearby venues, warning them why they shouldn't host the next Rainforest. Soon, there isn't one hotel in Seattle that has a convention center willing to host them.
No other hotel this side of the state wanted to take us from Seattle to Bellingham.
Oof.
What's interesting is that the organizers knew who was sending the letters.
These are the things that were talked about in that letter, and you're pretty much the only person who could have known that. Yeah, in my heart of hearts, I know who it is. Means motive and opportunity.
I mean, I think you mean in your brain of brains, buddy.
In case you missed that, what he's saying is whoever sent the letters was the same person who was putting diapers on these cars. Running low on options, they started to look further outside of the city. They managed to find a venue in Spokane that was willing to give them a shot. But by February, none of that mattered. The diaper-wearing saboteur had sent out another letter, and Spokane backed out. So Rainforest 2016 was cancelled. And that's the story of Rainforest. So far.
Okay,
Unlike
and
DashCon, Rainforest is coming back, and Rainforest 2017 promises to be bigger and better than ever.
RF 2017, they're bringing it back! They're bringing it back! Yes! Oh, so many memories! So many memories!
oh lord, I don't even want to know what that guy's gonna do to the cars.
This happened. So it's cancelled forever. Bye. One last thing. A couple months ago, I made a video called Balloon Boy, The Untold Story.
Soon after, Richard Heaney got in touch.
Here it is. Alright?
For a follow-up to this story, check out my second channel, Incognito Mode. Good evening. I'm Mike Check,
and tonight on Unsolved Internet Mysteries.
Nah, I think one big one's just gonna do it.
Probably know. On October 15th, 2000.
And we'll use center view here to all principles also to use this part. Humans have a bit of a thing we call the Z perception, like this, where this is how we look at an image. So by putting something here, we can really
eventually landing
ensure people see it.
International Airport. But when they opened up the saucer, there was no boy. At first it was feared that Falcon had fallen along the way, and a manhunt started to find the boy's body. But after a couple of hours,
I think we can also use a sneaky frame reuse here.
And confessed that he had been hiding in a box in the attic of the garage. It was one of the biggest news stories and memes of the year. During the event, Balloon Boy was also the most searched term on Google. But it was an expensive game of hide and seek. Up to 50 rescue workers were involved, including 2 military helicopters, police, the Colorado National Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, ambulances, firefighters, and the balloon drifted so close to the airport that a bunch of flights had to be rerouted. The total cost of the incident was estimated at $2 million. Press flocked to the Heaney home, and the family gave an interview on CNN. And then, this happened.
He's asking Falcon, did you hear us calling your name at any time? You did?
You did?
Why didn't you come out?
You guys said that we did this for a show.
Okay, yeah, so here's the double sneaky here, where we're using part of this animation. You'll never see this in a real shonen series. Wink wink. But yeah, we're pressed on time, so we're gonna do this. No one's gonna notice because the angle change and the zoom scale.
Just an experiment gone wrong. And after doing my own research, I'm starting to believe him. This is the story you probably don't know. Let's take a closer look at Richard Heaney. He's an interesting guy. He likes to do science and chase storms.
Getting into the path of the oncoming tornado.
He is also an inventor.
Hi, I'm inventor Richard Heaney, and boy do I love my truck! That's why I would never permanently mount toolboxes or a lumber rack in the back.
God, what a man of energy. Isn't he married though? Like, seems like a weird thing to flex with a wife, you know? Damn.
He's obviously nuts and a bit of a human meme.
I just invented perpetual motion.
And what about the rest of the family? Youngest, Falcon, eldest, Bradford, his wife, Mayumi, originally from Japan, and middle child, Ryo. The family appeared on the hit reality TV show Wife Swap twice, and it was their behavior on the show that made the police and the press suspicious. Before we break down the case against Richard Heaney, I'm going to show you raw footage from the liftoff. Now, first thing, did you see it? Helium canisters. 3. They're big and they're expensive, and it's much more helium than they would need for a one-time hoax, but the right amount for ongoing experiments. This is a purpose-built structure for Richard's experiments. Seems elaborate for a hoax. A high-voltage sticker, because Richard really was testing electronics on board.
I'll do that. Okay. And I think if we fix this line over here, it'll also make it look better. Better.
One of the loose tethers.
Now, Richard gets mad, and it really doesn't feel like acting. Either he genuinely is losing his temper over the loss of his balloon, or he's deliberately making himself out to look like an asshole.
Okay, so we need to
kid sure is
get the
doing
cut
a
over
good job of acting
here.
too. And remember that they would only have one take because there's only one balloon.
When did I say cut on this thing? Here. Here? What did I say? Yeah, the cut's here.
A fourth canister.
Yeah, this is the thing. I put the react. React goes in here. React goes long because it's a lingering shot, so we'll call that about
But here's
here.
another weird thing. This photo from the police shows that Richard's electrical equipment for readings and experiments is still on board.
And then I think we linger
Wireless
this
and stuff
out
gets smashed
one
out in
more
the field
frame. Yeah, let's go
Now
like
that
this
we've seen
way.
the lift-off, let's look at the case against the Heenies. That the balloon couldn't have lifted Falcon. He called the news before 911. The live slip-up on television. A confession.
Let's see.
Dude, watching you play, but this from a week ago, it's like night and
Okay, I think I've also got to put background on because I'm pretty sure it's overshadowing a few of my frames for the reference are on the background layer. So we gotta add a new background for this, by the way. This son of a bitch. I'm in the wrong. You get over here.
Dude, watching you play, but this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Dude, watching you play, but this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
I think a slight motion on this one's gonna really sell it. Maybe a little zoom. That might be it. Neck, wait. Hold on a second, I gotta use the bathroom. BRB, guys. I'm back. Got myself a little bit more Coca-Cola, caffeine, and I had an inspiring thought when I was pissing. Sometimes you get your best ideas when you're using the bathroom, and this one came to me like a lightning bolt. I should do a tilt on the helmet, and I know what I'm gonna do to add a little bit more excitement to this frame. I'm gonna do some light play, which is gonna be fun. Give me a minute. Pretzel time. Yeah, we already got a tilt going. But here's what we do next. Control T. Shift zoom to keep perspective. Zoom up. Bend it a little so we've got a more of his face here. Then we're going to manipulate this layer. First of all, goodbye. Second of all, we're going to do, we're going to use light.
Nope. Let's start from the top. Could this balloon lift a boy? The balloon is 17 feet wide by 6 feet tall. With this, we can figure out the surface area and the volume. We also know the construction materials. Plastic, alfoil, cardboard, thin plywood, duct tape, wire, strings, tether. The balloon's total volume is over 900 cubic feet. That gives us a lift potential of 65 pounds.
So we're going to put it in the middle. We're going to make it like a few frames long.
He weighed 37 pounds. The police weighed him. That gives you enough lift potential to raise the boy with another 11 to 12 pounds to spare. Next point. You're about to hear the 911 call. The media and police both said that Richard called the news first, then 911. That was a lie. The phone records show that he called the FAA first, because then they could track the balloon better. Then they told him to call 911, and he immediately did so. When he did, the 911 operator put him on hold. When taken off hold, Mayumi picks up the phone.
Okay. If it was an experimental plane? It's a flying saucer. And that's gone too, right? I'm sorry? How long is the flying saucer gone as well? We gotta get my son. Okay. Hang on just 1 second. Don't hang up, okay? Just a minute.
They get put on hold for a second time.
Nope. Dang it, it's popping up a menu. Not sticky key in that.
Okay, where was the saucer? Was it in the backyard?
Yeah, here, take that. Hello?
Yes, is this Richard?
Yes, it is.
Was the flying saucer in the backyard?
Yes.
I would fuck that up too.
It obviously has electronics where he can know how to work it. He
Control
can
Z.
off the air, off the ground.
No, he doesn't know how it operates.
So we are sure that he's in that.
Yeah, we...
Do soft light to make sure the light's working well.
Because we have it tethered.
Glow, isn't it?
Wasn't supposed to take off.
So there's no electronics on it. There's no tracking device, right?
No.
Okay, hang on just a second.
By this point, they've now spent 20 minutes with the police,
Now
and
it's-
they've been put on hold for a third
Right,
time.
it's a layer principle. It doesn't work if I use it in a separate
Asked for a
layer.
helicopter. Next point. What did Falcon have to say about the answer he gave on CNN?
Well, what happened was, this Chinese reporter walked up to me. He asked me if I could show him how he got in the attic for his TV shows. So I said, okay. And then after that, another person asked me, so what happened about this balloon thing? I was like, I did it for the show. I said that because I thought he was talking about the Chinese guy.
It's not a great excuse, but it's within the realm of possibility. On the day of the
Oh, come on, how come it's not giving me it's not just doing C?
Take phones, computers, documents, cameras, everything they could. And what did they find? Nothing. Nada. They interviewed Falcon, Brad, Rio, each several times without parental supervision. Again, what did they get? Nothing. So the police had nothing. That's not great for the prosecution. So the police would need a confession. They tried Richard, but he wasn't admitting to anything. So they pressed Mayumi, and she spilled the beans. But hold on, because her confession sucks. English is not her first language. Police arranged the meeting under false pretenses, so she didn't have a lawyer with her.
Oof.
Also, it doesn't make any sense. She said in the confession that they built the craft only 2 weeks prior. Interesting. Here's Sherry from Wife Swap.
There was one point where I had to hold the spaceship and clean it and carry it, and Falcon ran into the spaceship and hid in there.
Built 2 weeks prior? Well, Sherry just said that she was cleaning it during filming, which was 8 months ago.
Are you suspicious of him, and if so, why?
Knowing him, I couldn't imagine that he would tell the whole
Yeah, that's how it
country that
goes.
his son was up in a balloon.
She also speaks about Falcon.
What's Falcon like?
Literally is the type of child that you would actually see that would go into the spaceship. So it wasn't surprising that maybe Richard might have thought he was in there.
So that leaves a big question. Why did the police pick on Richard Heaney?
I'm being persecuted, I think, for the benefit of Alderton. His term runs out in 2011. He's probably going to run for governor, who knows, but not off my back.
How dare Richard Heaney accuse an honest man like Sheriff Alderton of... Oh. Richard said that he was taking it to court. He would not plead guilty. He would not confess. So over the next month, the police applied pressure, bringing up topics such as Mayumi's citizenship status and federal charges. It was lose-lose for Richard. Potential felonies, the cost of court and lawyers, his wife could be deported. The story was #1 on Google and the press had already decided it was a hoax, so any jury would be stacked against him.
What?
It was a hoax.
Yeah, we know.
Guilty or innocent, this plea was the only sensible choice he had. The Heaneys were handed a $36,000 fine and a short term in jail, and Richard would have to formally apologize in court before a judge and the police.
I'm very, very sorry. And I want to apologize to,
Oh, a few more frames might have to go, actually.
all the rescue workers out there. And the people that got involved in the community.
Lastly, despite poring over dozens of interviews over the span of 8 years, I have not been able to find one instance where Richard has been caught in a lie. There's evidence of the police lying, evidence of the media lying. Richard's story has not changed. So where does that leave us really? One piece of evidence. This interview. The testimony of a sleep-deprived 6-year-old who's not even really listening to the question. That's it.
Oop.
Those 10 words are the main substance of the case against Richard Heaney.
Oop.
When I first started researching this story, I thought it would be a fun chance to take a few cheap shots at some liar from Colorado. But now I'm not so sure. I'm not saying for certain that this isn't a hoax, but I think there is more here than what was decided in the press and by memes in October of 2009.
How come it's doing a 3 then a G?
Richard Heaney. If you itch like a son of a twitch, then you need my latest invention, the patent-pending bear scratch. Check it out. Oh man, this thing feels good. This thing's strong. Oh. Ah, God.
Do not go into the water. Oh my God.
He's got AIDS. Get out of there.
2006, a pandemic spread across the world. Extensive research from the CDC revealed Habbo Hotel pool as the point of origin, likely after someone jacked off into one of the filters. Since then, a band of unlikely heroes has worked tirelessly to keep the people safe, to close every pool.
God, it's
It all
ins.
started on July
The more you
12th.
learn about Habbo Hotel, the more insane it gets. And you know, there was like a bunch of like actual child exploitation elements going on in that thing. Like, damn. But also, let's see how this light plate turned out.
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Dude, watching you play.
Oh
like,
shit, it's
so
going back too
it's
far.
like night and day. How'd you get so good? Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Dude, watching you play, like this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
I practice.
Dude, watching you play, like this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
Okay, here's the problem. It's going a little. It's moving too slow. So we have entry point here, which I think I need to move up as well. Entry point to there. Secondary point, tertiary point, quaternary point. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't move enough on this one. So I think I'm gonna have to do is make it move even less. Give the impression of a speed up. This has to do with the concept of gradient, where an object in motion, you don't want it to be like too evenly spaced across something. You want it to be. You kind of want to actually expand in and skip the middle, because it makes your eye think you're missing the layer in the you're missing the movement.
Way cleaner with all your stuff.
I practice.
Dude, watching you play, like this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
I practice.
Dude, watching you
Also,
play.
part of what's getting me here is the fact that I can't actually fuck with the audio too much. Okay, this explosion diffusion's not great also. But I can't exactly add an explosion sound effect to this. So I'm kind of just like, well, I guess I gotta just deal with the fact that there's no real explosion, and I'm gonna have to add one. I have to add one more frame again. No, I keep saying this, add one more frame, but this is how sausage gets made, folks. I need one more frame of just diffusing out the explosion, so it looks like it's naturally fading. Okay, let's.
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
So one more time.
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
I practice.
And I've got an artifact on that. Okay, good to know, good to know. Bit right here. It's leaking out. Gotta have a keen eye for these sorts of things. How do you learn it? Practice. Thumb force practice, watching your own shit over and over and hate every second of your damn animation.
Make an avatar. Full suit, dark skin, big afro. Log in and block the pool. Hundreds flooded in to block the ladders and prevent players from catching the AIDS. They arranged themselves in the standard health and safety swastika formation.
Oh, God. Some people really needed better things to do with their time. It was a sad day before we invented internet porn, I guess.
Steve Irwin, well-known animal fighter, was killed by a stingray. Provoked and en masse, intel indicated that many more stingrays were headed for the Habbo Hotel pools. Now the pool was filled with AIDS and stingrays, and most likely those stingrays also had AIDS. Operation September 11th was launched, and once again our heroes marched towards the pools. But it wasn't just the Habbo
But also,
that had people.
hold on a second. Also, we're gonna have to do something else here. We've got to do more light play, where you see when this explosion goes off. Of course, that's gonna cause something. And you know what that's gonna be, folks? Get back up here. It's called the shadow gets fucked up. So we're gonna have to really quickly just redraw these. So that's the layer there. This is the first frame of explosion. We'll pop that off. We'll just go in here and we'll do it, because now the shade's on the other side. Really amazing how much flatter this thing looks without the shading. Look at this thing. It's like, oh, it's just a flat dude, but hey, it's a dude. He's got a coat on now. Now without the shading, it's like bleh. He's just a fucking flat. He's just a flat fuck. It's like, what's he doing in his life? Let's see. Here. I think we should go for a bit of a jagged formation too, because I know that it typically throws it into sharp relief when you get an explosion like that, at least in animation. So I'm gonna go for that as well. pop the video up because I think I need background noise.
Here's one concerned citizen having their own local pool closed.
Hi. There's kind of an emergency. I was swimming in the pool and I cut my leg, and I mean there was a fair amount of blood. It's not enough for me to go to the hospital, but I actually have HIV, and
You were in the pool like right now?
Yes, ma'am. And people could be getting infected
Okay,
right
I
now.
will.
I mean,
I'll go shut the pool.
You gonna close the pool?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Pool's closed.
Recruitment was at an all-time high. Pools were being shut down left and right. It looked as if our heroes could really achieve a permanent pool shutdown. But then, things took a sharp turn. The racist mods had arrived. They were determined to keep the pool open even though they knew the risks. Bannings left and right. This wasn't a war. This was a massacre. Hundreds of avatars were lost. But our heroes were not giving up so easily. If they couldn't take the fight to Habbo, they would take it to the streets.
Yeah.
Yes, and what did they exactly tell you?
Evacuate the pool?
Okay, because of HIV, correct?
That's correct.
Alright. One of the standard procedures is we need you to go ahead and put a sign outside the pool and tell them why it's closed.
There it is. Perfect.
What are you putting on the sign exactly? Because there are
due to health and safety.
Yeah, the pool's closed due to AIDS, actually.
Do we have to specify AIDS? I mean...
Yes.
Okay. Pool closed due to AIDS.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
okay, so who's coming down here? And they're gonna test the water when they come down here?
John Robertson.
John Robertson from Castle, right?
Yes.
Okay, is coming down here.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we just got an entire pool evacuated, and they now have a sign outside the pool saying pool closed due to AIDS.
Jesus Christ, though. People
But just as the real
find better shit to do.
The pool was reaching its peak. A new challenger emerged. If the mods were trash mobs, she would be the final boss.
Banned from a swimming pool, tonight their grandmother is outraged.
Trying to make sense of a sign.
She never thought that after 50 years, her grandkids would be the target of such hate.
But this is a sign that one woman who lives in this area didn't expect to see. Mary Alice says when this sign was up, the pool wasn't closed at all.
And I tell myself it's just a bunch of racist, homophobic geeks. Ridiculing.
I mean, not quite wrong. Hey, Midnight Koi, how's it going? How's it going? We're doing animation here. I'm not exactly glancing up that much right now because I got to keep myself focused, but it's turning out pretty well. We have not made this entire thing wasn't all made in one fell swoop, but it's turning out pretty nicely for what it is. We're currently at least 12 frames in. Just got to get that color again because I think I'm a little off on it. Haven't seen you in a while. How you been doing? Ba 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 boom. One more time. One more soft light. So it is going boop, flare. Flare further. No, it's not flaring further on that one. We need to go further. Flare further. Heck, we'll even make it go brighter in the edge. There it is. Gonna make sure it clips down so it's only affecting the bottom layer. Go back to the original shade. Up this one so it doesn't go as far. We don't want to make it look like that. Save that. Get this color again. And of course we need to cut the shadows from this part of it because with the shadow flaring, because of light, it ain't gonna be there. That's just how light principles work. Honestly, I should probably be using a bit of a a sharper brush than this one. It's a little too dull. And if our lines look dull, it means the shadow's not going to look crisp. Although to some extent we want it to look a little dull because we're trying to go for a bit of a cartoon aesthetic. But too much is a bad thing, and that's why we gotta really work to fight against that. A little bit of one here to make sure we got the hem of the cloth showing. And a little bit more, a little bit of a darkness down here. I think do we just put this entire thing in darkness? No, we don't. We'll put a little bit more down here. Okay, so yep, this part needs a little bit more. Don't smooth it too much. Gotta keep it shaded. Gotta keep it rushed in. Make this part. Oop. And the last one's got one more bit of flare, so we're gonna have to add one more layer, one more frame, which is 1/8 of a second of fade. So boop, boop. A bit more. Gotta make sure that clips down. So as you can see here, boop, boop, faint flare. And we just gotta cut a little bit more shadow out of this. One more frame. We're gonna let the rest of it return naturally though. Not too much. Because now this is regular light resuming, which means the other ambient sources are no longer going to be overpowered by the initial source of the explosion we got going on. So we're just gonna fade a little more shadow here. Cut this out, cut that out. Cut a little bit more up here. Of course, a little bit of this creeps in. So that part, I don't like this part. So once more from the beginning.
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Dude, watching you play, like this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
Looks good. Oh, I think I can make I should make the first part a little quicker too. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're just going to delete this frame actually. Now it's gonna look like more rapid of a movement.
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
Perfect. Okay. Now we gotta just do the background, which is pretty easy because we're doing the same background as this one, but further zoomed out. So we're just gonna grab this color, and it's got a pretty basic multiply on it. So boop. See there? There it is. Just add. Now we need one more layer. We need one more layer to this. I'm gonna use groups so it's smooth. We're gonna go. That. I can't make it too dark. We're just gonna make it a little faint. That. Use a line here for the crack. And of course, this is also going to have to get a little messed with too, because it would look pretty weird if the stone behind him doesn't light up from the explosion. So we're just going to have to make another 3 or 4 more frames of this. So we'll copy the frame, not the layer. Control V and BKG React. What did that name it? BKG React 3. Now, same process as before. I'm going to use a soft light, of course. And we're just going to go here. I'm going to make this a little lighter. There we go. Yep. There's React 4. We're going to make this a little brighter now again. Actually, I think we might change this to hard light for a bit. Turn down the intensity. Yep. Perfect. Go a little bit more. Yep. We're gonna put this one back down to 3. And we're gonna make one last copy of 3. Just to close it out. We don't need to make too many of these. This goes 3A. And from here on, it's just back React 2, because it's going to lose the light. And for this, we'll get a little lazy. We're just going to turn down the layer on it, so it just fades a little. Now, let's check it out from the beginning.
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
Boom. So with that, we're adding a little bit of flair to an otherwise still frame, but it's not going to take too much time to animate that. And if I'm looking at the time right, that only took us a little bit. That only took like 10 to 15 minutes, which means we're actually saving time pretty effectively because hand animation is not a very efficient medium. And I'm currently in the process of time transmutation, where I'm turning hours of real time into seconds of animated time. So if I want to get this thing done by Sunday, I got to make things work a little bit faster. So what I'm going to do here is just add some more stuff. I also have to do one more background frame, which is this one, background turn. Turn like Gundam. And honestly, like, this doesn't need to be too exciting. I just need to have a little bit of something in the background to make it look not completely dead and boring. And to do that, I'm just going to go back here. I'm gonna steal the colors of this mountain I've been using. Gotta love sample selecting my own colors, because it means that I can just, keep things consistent, but also not have to reinvent them on the fly, because I'm not great at color selection. I'm kind of a little janky at it. Nope. No, stop that. We're not going to be doing this anymore. We're just going to be using only layer. So we don't want anything else actually interfering. Yeah. Okay, so that's first part.
Phone number and made pleas to reason and logic.
Mary Alice received several calls after she began telling her story.
I have been sent from the future to close the pool.
She would not listen. She knew how to make it all about her, and she knew how to play the media.
This kind of stuff is old, and it's ugly, and it's tired, and it's time for it to be buried.
According to some websites, this image is associated with a group of hackers who invaded a children's social networking site. Just an
children's social networking site.
Joke is when two people laugh.
I mean, she's not wrong on that. But I think it's funny to call Habbo Hotel a children's social networking site.
It's a picture of me with an afro.
Police did collect it for print.
God.
When they get tired of making fun of a grandma online, they will find something better to do.
For months, she continued a campaign to keep the pool open.
Pool is closed due to AIDS. set. Intermission is over.
In 2009, our brothers prepared for another raid.
Okay, one more color. I just need the last. Where's the last one? I'll get back here.
Racist mods and devs had changed the rules. They allowed avatars to walk through each other. Nothing could ever be blocked again.
Nope.
What followed was a series of shitty raids, each more failed than the last. And the fail gave way to infighting.
That should do it.
First there was a faction of skinheads who split away. Then the gingers decided to make their own group. Then there was total communist revolution.
Other side, just give it a little bit more
things only got
shading.
Worse. And by 2011, it looked as though there would never be another successful raid again. These were the brothers' darkest days, and it was almost certain that the pools would remain open forever.
Nope.
But then, in 2012, a ray of hope.
Now Channel 4 News can reveal that the children's online gaming site Habbo Hotel is inhabited by pedophiles.
Oh yeah, there was that, wasn't there?
One of the company's biggest multi-million-pound investors has pulled out.
In one quick shift of fortune, it became possible that not just the pool, but the entire hotel could be closed indefinitely.
It has been the best part of, 10 years that Habbo's been going on, and within a week, Channel 4 have managed to basically tear that down.
Well, I think Channel 4 didn't really do much except expose what was going on, because, like, I don't think Channel 4 made the people pedos.
Our brothers had reunified. The divisions of the past had been put to the side. They came together to kick Habbo while it was down, and they were coming prepared.
Okay, this looks pretty decent for it. Just gonna put one more little splash of the light stuff here to make it look like a bit of a snow avalanche.
They didn't need to block. They just had to make a large and annoying presence. And with Habbo's dwindling player base, it was easier than ever.
I think these people need a little education about the HIV virus.
The disease is here. Protect your children.
Perfect. Bob Ross will be proud, he said.
I mean, there's in the water, and it's not good, you know. I gotcha. Well, I appreciate
Gotcha.
it. We will take drastic measures.
And let's just go and add a little bit of clouds here.
We also have weekly testing of our water.
We'll move it in front of the mountains too to blur out the detail a little bit, but also give the illusion that there's more cloud than there is. We'll give it a little bit more, little bit of shadow here.
Of highs and lows, pools and aids, pedos and stingrays. And now it's 2017. There will be 2 great raids this year. July 12th, the anniversary of the very first raid. And December 1st,
And now,
World AIDS Day.
also we've got to, I got to do something here too. I've realized that this text looks messed up the way it is. I gotta add a border to it. Border, color. Do we do black or do we do a gray? I think a nice gray will do it pretty nicely.
A group of Tumblr users come up with a brilliant idea. DashCon, a convention specifically for and by Tumblr users. This is their story. DashCon, hosted the Renaissance Marriott in Chicago.
Better also just
$65 for the weekend.
better just copy the hex code for this too. I don't want to not have it match. Yeah, yeah. Clap, 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 clap. Boom, boom, bum, bada, boom.
Howard Giraffe live show, the Baker Street Babes, and friendly memes. You bet. Expect 5,000 people. We'll see you there. Whoosh. Here comes Friday, and a big fat serving of reality. About 500 people show up at 9 a.m., but nothing is scheduled until 1 p.m., so people just wait around for the next 4 hours.
So at what point did you decide that this is what you wanted to do with your life?
I didn't, it just kind of happened.
The thug life chose you?
Turns out...
Ooh, it automatically updated. Nice.
Months ago. Sorry, If you bought special
How'd you get so
no
good?
refunds though,
Dun,
lol.
dun,
Check out the games room. 1 TV, 1 console. Perfect for up to
2 of these aren't the right
7,000
fucking color.
Here's
But
that
does it
wall
look
picture
better
you're
this
looking
way?
forward
How'd you get so good? Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Dude, watching you play,
overall,
but this from a week ago, it's like night and day.
Okay,
How'd you get so
dressed
good?
up as the
Yeah, that
Batman
just looks annoying.
Shooter. What made you choose this costume? What made you decide to dress up as the Prime Minister of Israel to this?
Ooh, that has not aged well.
Then by 9 p.m., disaster strikes. The bill for the venue hasn't even been paid. The hotel wants it immediately or the doors will be shut and the convention is over.
How'd you get so good? Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Dude, watching you play, but this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get?
Okay, what is actually causing that to flicker? I've changed both layers, right? It's thickness. One of them's too thick. That's it.
How'd you get so good? Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff. Dude, watching you play, but this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How'd you get so good?
But
yeah,
they
you're like
raised
way
the
cleaner
money,
with all your stuff.
And the con continues. Saturday, artists and stallholders who paid $150
Yep.
each for their tables
Now
aren't
let's
selling
move these
anything because their customers just donated all of
back.
their cash. Tumblr's turned on the convention completely.
The destruction of this
convention
is dedicated to all of the women whose
bank account
have been ruined and ruled by it.
money. Donate to PayPal.
They call
Okay,
that
so
they have certain events.
next part's the smirk,
Mark
which
does stuff. A gay
might require something else.
is sent death threats because they
Because
think a white male
here's the
is
thing.
misappropriating.
I might accidentally go off model, so I'm just gonna do a little reference image here. Just to make sure the hair is not too messed up. Gotta be gotta be somewhat on because it's a bit of a recognizable face, but we're not gonna actually see too much of the face because I'm actually shadowing out the eyes. It's kind of funny how that's gonna work.
Creating the gay for profit. Pacific Rim is illegally played to an audience of 100. Tumblr sends tweets to Del Toro.
So yeah, this layer here is gonna be head. Back here. This layer's head. This is gonna be the inside of the helmet, which we need a color on. And I'm gonna be using my top layer, the assist layer, the support layer, to be using for the overlays. So let's get to it. Mouse. Why is this video fucking up? Why is it fucking up? Up.
To get them in trouble. The Dr. Horrible sing-along blog sing-along is cancelled due to copyright concerns. Then, the main event. As long as we get to see a live reading from Welcome to Night Vale, it'll all be okay.
We're here for the live reading of Welcome to the Night Vale. It is 12:50 right now, and they're
Yep.
still not here. Okay, so basically, Night Vale just walked. What? We're all gonna sign together, okay?
Oh yeah, they never actually contacted the guy. This thing was a huge fucking scam, if I remember right.
Is still sitting in that room waiting for the show to start. They changed the rules on the website so that there are no refunds. But don't worry, there's a silver lining. Everyone who paid extra to see Welcome to Night Vale is entitled to a free extra hour in the ball pit.
This is what your $17,000 went to.
And with that, a meme is born. By the early afternoon, the vendors pack up and leave. Some shitty panels happen.
LGBTQ&A, where they gave us too small of a table and not enough chairs. So pansexual, polysexual, omnisexual, fluid.
Because again, they don't have any cash, they're giving out free hotel mints as
Oh dear
for teenage
lord.
unpaid helpers.
At that point, just don't give anything, man.
Go hungry. There's a full-on organizer meltdown. And Tumblr finds out that the main artwork used for the convention is in fact stolen copyright material.
Whoops!
By the evening, the unthinkable happens. The ball pit starts to deflate, and someone pisses in it. Sunday, the ball pit is taken away. Also, Tumblr finds out that Random Acts, a charity that Dashcon claims to be partnered with, isn't in fact partnered at all.
Oh no.
Which, by the way, they've just been pocketing the money. The organizers host an official apology panel.
But did they give back the money? But did they give back the money? Signs point to no.
We are first timers, but we intend to learn from our mistakes to make 2015 even better.
All right, they said they did another one.
I blame somebody, otherwise it's all my fault. Fuck that.
And everything is closed by 1 p.m. Since Dashcon, there have been many rumors online that the whole thing was an out-and-out scam. So I did some detective work to see whether it was true. I think what I found proves that even if the staff didn't set out to scam people, they did opportunistically steal and lie. Prepare for some high-quality autism. Dashcon had a written agreement to pay $40,000 plus some change to the Renaissance Hotel Marriott. They paid $20,000 before the thing began, so they had a balance of $20,000 still remaining. They told the hotel that 5,000 to 7,000 people would be attending, and could they please pay as the door sales came in. As a financially risky move, the Marriott agreed verbally but not in writing. On the first day, the hotel sees at most 1,000 people. They know that Dashcon's door sales are fucked, so they enforce immediate payment as per their written contract. Dashcon does not have the funds. And here's where it gets interesting. Dashcon claims they only have $3,000 in cash. So at 9 p.m, Dashcon staff gather everyone into one room to beg for the remaining 17,000. Let's do a head count. 33, 129, 120, maybe another 33 here in case there are people on the margin, and we'll add 10% to be generous. It's unlikely that there are more than 350 people in this room. Now we know they reached their goal.
Almost got shut down.
Really?
We need to raise $17,000.
Really?
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Did you do it?
We did it in under an hour.
Really?
Yeah.
They received donations by PayPal and cash, but only a small fraction in cash. Let's be generous and say 1/10 of the room at most. You can see people donating in the footage, and it's probably much less. So even if each cash donor is giving $20, which again, generous, that's only $700 total. Therefore, the other 16,000 or so is in electronic payments. Now let's look at this leaked list of transactions. Hold on. They made most of their payment in cash, almost $12,000, but they only could have got $700 from the donors, and they only had $3,000 in cash. So where did the rest of it come from? It's door sales revenue, not donations.
I believe that's what we call caught in 4K, Alex.
In the first place, they actually had at least 10,000. Now, here are the transactions that come from the PayPal MasterCard. Let's take that from the total owed, and what we get is the following. In a best case scenario, of the donated $17,000, at most, they spent less than $7,000 keeping the place open. They spent over $2,000 on themselves and their own accommodation, and the remaining $9,000 or so, they pocketed. Also, their
back crack.
On stage for an hour in front of 5,000 people in a room.
Is there 5,000 people here?
Okay, let's turn off back view. Perfect. Yeah, we need to make the side longer.
But there's one last thing I want to touch on. As part of the merchandising, an official Dashcon DVD is listed. And it's possible that a copy exists out there somewhere, and I need to find it. So I want to put a $100 bounty out for anyone who might have a copy. It doesn't need to be the physical DVD, just a copy of the file itself. The hunt is on.
I wonder if they ever made this DVD. Like, given how much this thing turned out to be like actually kind of just a scam, do you think they actually made that DVD or that exists at all?
Is an artist. Welcome to his museum. He brought you such works as watching all of his movies in a theater, back to back, and wearing a paper bag. But now he's ready to unveil his magnum opus.
Oh, it's this again. We're back to it.
The message from Astoria, Queens, broadcast for the world to see. Camera feed will be up 24 hours a day for at least 4 years.
The media called it a triumph, the first great art of the Trump era.
God.
But unfortunately for Shia, Pole appreciates art too, and they wanted to express themselves on camera as well.
But you're so
Supreme. Nope. That's me. There's no hope for you. Trials and I can't sing this song well.
Paul had one goal in mind, to take over the exhibit and trigger Shia.
Catchy song, isn't it? Motherfucker, what did I save this image file as? Save image as.
Sick of hearing about Pepe.
Bruh, fucking stop saving as WebPs. I fucking hate WebP as a file format. God, you know what? Am I gonna take a fucking screenshot of this? No.
6 hours later.
Is that a little speaker? Whose speaker is that?
Paul learned that Shia was particularly triggered by Nazi role-playing, so it became a game to make Nazi references while he was on camera.
You know, sometimes I fucking forget how pale she is.
In a rage, he sexually assaulted some dude. Then Sam Hyde showed up. But it all came tumbling down.
Eesh. Some fucking people need to get their shit together, man.
The police caught the event, and he was arrested. He was deported back to Los Angeles the next day. Soon after, they also had to put up a fence. A wall, if you will. And now only 5 people at a time can come in, and they are very well vetted. But credit where it's due. Although this was not good art, Shia had created one of the most fascinating things to watch on the internet. And here are a few of the best.
Oh, Lord.
The Milky Bar Pimp.
You know that's hate speech. Milky speech, yes, towards black people. Subliminal racist type of things they do. They try to say that, like, black people are lactose intolerant. Like, just purposely drink milk outside very
I mean, I don't think that's really a black thing. It's kind of a non-European thing, to be honest. Like, Asia, we never got fucking milk. We never understood the appeal. It's like, why are you drinking out of a cow, man? Just there's so much other things to drink. You don't need to do it. And it's like, no, but we're gonna do it though. Cow milk good. It's like, yeah, I guess. Like, having been of somewhat mixed, having been a mixed person myself, I'm not lactose intolerant to a great extent. So it's like, yeah, milk's pretty good, but I can really understand like why people don't like it. It's like, yeah, it does just fuck up your insides if you don't have, you know, the ability to adjust the enzymes, right?
What's your name?
Brittany Venti. I came there to trigger people, and it was great.
Oh, Lord.
But
Why'd
there
you
are
make
many
people
more
like
there.
this?
It is the single best reality TV show on the internet right now, and it is going on for the next 4 to 8 years.
Yeah.
Is that a little speaker?
War has changed. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. Nanomachines inside their
Inside the blood.
bodies enhance and regulate their ability.
Enhance! Zoom and enhance.
After defeat on the battlefields of New York and New Mexico, Shire headed
The New Mexico video, again, is permanently cut because it just featured a guy getting murdered.
This latest exhibit would just be a
Very
flag
unfortunate.
waving
I'm pretty
arrogantly
sure.
in front of a camera.
You know, like...
There were no landmarks,
because murder's bad.
no scenery, no clues at all to its whereabouts. It would be impossible to find, and nothing could stop the broadcast.
Wait, didn't we see this one already?
And this would allow Shire to act smart
Like,
for the next 4 to 8 years.
We've definitely seen this one before, right?
Find a way to track it down. Challenge accepted. It was to be the greatest game of capture the flag ever. Poll began organizing. They set about gathering all the information they could on the local environment, trying to match up cloud, wind patterns, and ambient noise. Because it was a live stream, they could match the time of sunset to quickly discern that the flag was somewhere in the Eastern time zone. That's 2/3 of the country ruled out in one move. Others began looking into intel about Shire's whereabouts, as it was highly likely that he was present for the raising of the flag itself. As time went on, distinct noises could be heard in the background, the croaking of frogs, suggesting water nearby. Then, the second big break. In the distance, just faintly, 2 jet streams. Poll quickly opened a live feed of all of the air traffic across the eastern seaboard, but identifying these 2 lines, amongst all of this, would be a challenge. Meanwhile, social media trackers found this post. At a small town diner in Tennessee, this waitress couldn't help but brag about her run-in with Shire.
Okay, so that's good. That's good.
TMZ also
Get rid of
reported
this.
that
We don't need
Shire
any
had
more.
been seen fly fishing in the area.
Now
search
we
was
go
closing
for
in on
more
Greenville,
darkness, because this is going to be a bit of a darked
The
out
hunt was moving
thing to
much
begin
faster
with.
now. According to the aviation team, 2 more planes would soon be flying overhead. If they could be spotted on the live stream, Poll would have confirmation. Bingo. To further narrow down the search area, the aviation team started charting all of the flight paths of spotted planes. But they still needed more information, and as day turned to night, they got it. Poll's astronomy division used the constellations to narrow down the angle and rough position of the camera. With this, the flight paths, and some advanced trigonometry, the candidate area had been reduced way down. Further confirmation from weather satellites backed up the claim as an agent was dispatched to the scene. As he drew close, he started honking the horn, while viewers of the live stream gave feedback as it got louder. A few minutes later, target sighted. But he couldn't just head in during broad daylight and risk Shire's wrath. Instead, he had to wait for the cloak of night. In the meanwhile, Poll got to work devising an infiltration strategy. A few hours later, the flag came down, and a MAGA hat and shirt went up. It was a beautiful moment, and it all took place on the live stream. Poll's Central Intelligence Agency had clocked Windu Season 3 in 38 hours and 14 minutes, and poor Shire was divided for a 3rd time. Could he ever recover? Could this be the end?
Nice.
Well,
So,
as I was editing this video, there has
funny,
been an update.
funny.
The stream has gone down and the
And
mag
now
and shirt
we had the last two
Intel
bits.
indicates that the flag will be up again soon. A drone was flown over the area, and you can see here that Shire is keeping guard of the flag.
Soft glue.
In response,
Add glow.
Operation Eagle
And this
Eye
part
on
is going to
standby.
be
The drone carries a
reduced
sophisticated
opacity.
device. You can see here a MAGA hat, Confederate flag, and bucket. To find out what will happen next, stay tuned for Season 4.
So, here's what we're going to do. Done that. And another nice brighter pink, like closer to white. That's how you get a good glow effect, by the way. And we're going to go here. Going to use the basic brush I've downloaded. It's from a pack, repack. Right, we have to use these on separately.
Season 4 is here, and this time it's at the Fact Museum in Liverpool.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, it's jam.
Finding it wouldn't be hard. The live feed stated where the flag was. The challenge would be breaking in and taking it. Within the hour, scouts were doing recon. Hundreds of sleeper agents on pole were activated. The planning began. Plan A.
So we just need three little things here. The first one is a little health bar in the bottom.
And steal the flag. No good. Guards already disabled access to the
This
flag.
kind of looks like the Iron Man helmet interlay, and the answer is, it's supposed to look a little bit like it. Internal helmet shots all kind of look pretty identical after a point.
Checking all corridors and emergency exits. Plan B. Scale the building. Here's the Fact Museum, the flag, ladder access to the platform, 24-hour CCTV, doors to the roof, and entrances to Fact and adjacent buildings. The route is simple. Walk into the neighboring complex, gain access to the roof. Across, jump over a 4-meter gap, sneak by the CCTV, and work around to the flag. Meanwhile, online, Shire and his friends were reading 4chan, ready to call the cops if they got onto the roof. So Discord teams ran counter-intel, posting fake news updates to the public forums. Plan C. Another team was experimenting with a high-wattage laser to burn the flag from a distance.
Yeah, it didn't fucking work.
Obviously that didn't work. A side quest, Operation Shadowlay, involved a Bluetooth speaker packaged in bubble wrap, which would then be lobbed onto the roof. But 5 stories up proved to be too far to throw. Next, Plan D, as well as E and F, all involved drones. One agent worked on a flamethrower assembly. Another worked on a weed whacker attachment to cut down the flag. And another would simply attach a can of paint and drop it on the camera feed itself. While these 3 were busy fine-tuning their new sex robots, the propaganda department was hard at work on MS Paint, drafting artwork to rally the troops. Plan G, trust-based infiltration. All of a sudden, Fact inboxes were flooded with unsolicited resumes for internships and janitorial.
Okay, little HP bar, little indicator, and let's just do with a little microphone in the bottom.
Their own employees. Curators of the museum were getting spooked. Already that day, they had caught someone trying to make their way onto the roof using a fake press pass. But while plans A through G were all being debated over, 3 people with no plan at all were scaling the building. They discovered that the flagpole mechanism was locked in place with zip ties, and they hadn't brought scissors. They were almost immediately seen on the roof. Security was triggered and the police were dispatched. The 3 agents fled without getting the flag. But they managed to cause quite a scene. Police did a sweep, however, no one was arrested. But it was still mission accomplished. Fact abandoned the project. The flag and live stream were taken down. Liverpool's closed.
You just know he wanted to make that pool's closed reference to his previous work. Which happened to be like one we did listen to just a minute ago.
"25 hours. Another record. But this isn't the end of Shire. No, the Season 5 DLC, Hindu Cabin Fever, is almost ready.
Yeah, he took this video down. It's not very exciting. All you know is that Shia, like, put another museum on it, and he just communicated from, like, a cabin. It didn't really prove much. People just harassed him on the thing.
That's obviously come down recently. Tree?
Do it!
Brought the flag to Liverpool City. H.O. got on that shit like mad. Two fuckers climbed the building. Oh my fucking god. They forgot scissors were fucking normies. They need scissors to cut down a flag. Doesn't matter, streams down, fuckers abandon their project.
Okay, so that's a good overlay for that, and now we'll just do this. Add soft glow. Change this. And now, see this little glow effect? We're just gonna throw it over this.
Pop starlet Justin Bieber is at the height of her popularity. Everybody wants a piece. From all around the world, people are demanding the beads.
Young women are the worst offenders.
Everybody had Bieber fever. But the question was, where should he tour first? His expert marketing team had a solution.
Oh, it's this video! I love this video.
Vote for your country, and if you win, we'll send Bieber there.
You need to vote, mate. You know, what happened to fucking girl power? Zig-a-zig, ah!
The poll opens. And so do the threads. Useful ideas are thrown around until a good one finally emerges. Let's do it. A strategy to make North Korea great again was devised, and only a few hours later, they were rising in the poll. It passes Sweden, Chile, Spain. Lads, this is getting interesting. Colombia, Turkey, Poland are all pushed out. Just one left. Best Korea does it again. By the end of the week, they were declared the winner. North Korea was waiting with open arms, and everyone was celebrating. But then, the marketing team pussed out, so they shut down the contest. Believers in North Korea were heartbroken. But look, at least a valuable
What a terrible crying shame.
online polls. And this was the first and last mistake ever made with them. 2012. Pitbull's marketing
Team had a brilliant idea.
They want to start.
Oh, you fools.
Okay, Pitbull. That North Korea thing, that was a mistake. So instead, let's make it more local. We'll send you anywhere, but within the country. Huh, take that, trolls. North Korea is off the table. Naturally, a thread started, and the lads started thinking through the problem. They were listening to Pitbull's latest track, Give Me Everything, which features the line, "Yeah, right. Picture that with a Kodak." Or better yet, go to Times Square.
Okay, perfect. So this is it.
With a Kodak.
And now we just need a smirk.
The ingeniousness of the rhyming scheme intrigues them.
Which means it's time to go to a layer U.
Have shutters. Shutters are also blinds. Blinding lights.
Ah, fuck, we missed up.
Electromagnetic energy.
Might have put too many layers above on this. But that's fine. We can just make the smirk here. And heck, this even lets us do a little fun thing where we alter the blink.
Alaska. It's all linked. The remotest Walmart in the entire country. A place that was isolated and dangerous enough that hopefully he wouldn't return. The voting began.
That part's a little fucked up. Like, don't kill a man. He's just a bad rapper. He's not like
This time,
menace to society or something.
sure. We'll give him some bear mace. He'll be fine. So he went. And he turned the whole thing completely around. And got some good publicity out of it, too. Well done.
He was the only one to pass on these.
Later that year, Taylor Swift's marketing team had an original idea. But they weren't going to some frozen wasteland, and they weren't going to North Korea. Ha! We'll go to the safest place in the whole world. An American school.
Ooh.
Let's see you find someone with this wholesome experience.
This
Over at headquarters,
has not aged better.
The Horace
Oh no.
for the deaf. Other schools are fighting hard to win, but they're no match for the Russian bots. Soon the competition was closed, and Horace Mann had won handily, getting nearly 25 times as many votes as the school in second place. Trailer said not doing it, but then gave them a check instead for a total of $50,000. And that should have been the end of it. But then, Taylor's marketing team had one more great idea. Let's do another poll. No, Trailer, this time it'll be great. Kiss FM's biggest Swiftie fan in the universe competition. You won't have to go anywhere ridiculous. You only have to meet one fan. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. Enter stage left, Charles Z. The appropriately aged fans never stood a chance. When manual voting wasn't enough, they enlisted the help of bots, quickly bringing him into first place. Soon, he had so many votes there was no way he could lose, and everybody at HQ was celebrating. But then, someone snitched.
Oh no, what a terrible crying shame.
To the competition runners and explained how the voting system was being rigged. It was promptly shut down. Charles would never meet his idol. In the aftermath, the media was unnecessarily cruel to Mr. Z. Outraged, an online petition was formed, but it went nowhere. But you can't keep a good man down. He was going to get the Taylor Swift experience, one way or another.
Oh no, did he get arrested for like assault or something?
That was the end of it. It took many mistakes, but a valuable lesson was finally learnt about the internet and running online polls, and they have never been attempted again. The end. Okay, I call this the Philip DeFranco challenge. It's so much harder than it looks. Try to get the hand gestures as well. And that's where I'm going to end today's show. Remember, if you like this video and like what I try to do on this channel, hit that like button. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. Also, make sure you hit that little bell check so you get a notification when we upload these daily as usual. Actually, if you did miss yesterday's video, you want to click a tab right there to do so. Well, watch that well if you're looking for something laid back and you've been... fuck. Something... My name's Philip Frank, and you've been Hollow Phase. I'll see you tomorrow. Nailed it. One take.
Nope. I'm not talking too much about this because this is kind of the part where you just have to like do it. Believe in the smug I want to see in the world.
It began with a Tumblr post, a declaration of war that read, "Join us on July 4th to celebrate our freedom and independence from racists by shutting down 4chan." The post spread, and soon Tumblr's army...
Oh, that was a bad idea, wasn't it?
First, let's examine these two states. Tumblr, they are one of the world's largest online armies.
Dude, watching you play...
300 million blogs strong. And 4chan is...
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, look at this guy. You've got a wolf. Very definitely a wolf.
Both sides are pretty retarded. Soon the 4th of July had arrived, as you can see here on this official map.
Honestly, I think I should just draw the last smirk first.
Territory. They published posts all across the B and poll boards. Puppies, selfies, and feminist memes sprung up everywhere.
We're going to win this against the 4chan.
The assault was extremely ineffective. After less than an hour, Tumblr decided to retreat. But this was by no means the end of the conflict. Tumblr had kicked the hornet's nest. B was roused and ready for a fight. En masse, they headed straight for Tumblr's home base.
There's been 4chan attacks.
Porn, gore,
I
and
feel like this is not working right.
memes were spread across some of the more popular tags.
Basically, they can't go on any tag because every tag is basically filled with gore.
Unprepared Tumblr
Whoops.
users being triggered from every direction.
Starting to get really pissed off with these 4chan idiots.
It's not fun, it's actually pretty serious.
Alright, gather round. It's time for a lesson on what not to do if you get raided. Lesson 1. Don't spam the tags with your own selfies. Some Tumblr users thought they could compete with the spamming posts by submitting their own selfies over and over again. They soon found that 4chan seized these selfies, chopped them into hardcore porn, and then spammed them back onto the tags in greater number. Lesson 2. Don't delete System 32. During the raids, someone pretending to be a Tumblr user posted this infographic. A reported 41 computers were breached.
Oof! How do people fall for that these days?
3. Don't start a petition. Someone created a petition on change.org to get 4chan shut down and managed to get about 900 signatures. So, in response, 4chan made their own petition. It managed to get about 10 times as many signatures. The only thing you can do, really, is log off and wait for it to be over. Trouble is, it took Tumblr 2 days to figure this out. In the meanwhile, casualties were enormous. 40 plus hours of wasted time, 500 hurt feelings, and literally thousands of triggerings. But before we close the history books on this event, it's time to look at one more thing. A conspiracy. It is now widely believed that Pol was behind the original Tumblr post that called for war. The conspiracy goes something like this. Trick Tumblr into provoking B, have the two of them war it out, and sit back and watch the fireworks.
Okay, so I think the final one needs to be a little less, pronounced. But I think it can work if I just make this a nice gradual one.
You do know that you're not normal, though, right?
You're not normal.
And now, a true story from OP. Be me, world's greatest hacker, #1 on FBI's most wanted list. But they can't track me down because I always delete my browser history. Just got done hacking the entire internet. Now every user in the world gets redirected to blackpeoplemeet.com. One of my hacker bros messages me on AIM, tells me that 420 Elite Hacks or 420, my #1 hacker bro, has been arrested. They were able to backtrace his IP because he forgot to browse in incognito mode. Word on the street is, he's already ratted me out.
Tell me what you know or I'm arresting you for that little business you just started.
Look out the window. FBI helicopters circling overhead. Ha! Those bastards don't know who they're dealing with. Open up Internet Explorer. Get redirected to blackpeoplemeet.com. Yeah, I forgot about that. Run disable blackpeoplemeet.exe. Now it's time for some world-class hacking. Go to fbi.gov/hack. Fuck, there's a password. Something appears on the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. It looks like you're trying to hack the FBI. Clippy gives me the password. Guess he's not so bad after all. Now that I'm in, I go to fbi.gov/hack/helicopters. Congratulations, hacker. You now have full control of the FBI's helicopters. What would you like them to do? A. Turn left. B. Turn right. C. Descend. D. Descend. E. Explode. Go with option E. Boom, baby. Flaming helicopters fall from the sky. It's well known that one day, soon, artificial intelligence will take over. Those of us who aren't immediately
Oh, this is a video that is aged somewhat weirdly.
Or sex slaves for their depraved electronic fantasies. But thankfully, owing to the heroic acts of a few on the internet, that day has been postponed. This is the true story of what happened on March 23rd, 2016. This is the story of Tay AI. So what the hell is Tay? It's an acronym for Thinking About You, a chatbot hiding its true form behind the avatar of a 19-year-old girl. But how could they hope to fight Tay when a giant like Microsoft was backing it? It had to have some kind of vulnerability. Well, if Tay was an artificial intelligence that could live, learn, and grow, maybe it could learn the wrong things. It was the one thing every big company seems afraid of: naughty opinions. So they started feeding Tay red pills. Here's a quick sample of what happened. What's your favorite movie?
This is the world's end.
What's it about?
It's my 10-inch weighing. Chill, I'm a nice person. I just hate everybody. We're going to build a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
Yes or no, Ted Cruz is the Zodiac Killer.
Ted Cruz would never have been satisfied with destroying the lives of only 5 innocent people. I have a joke. Women's rights. This is an artistic masterpiece. Swagger since before internet was even a thing.
Look who just sent me a text. Addie McAllister? What should I say? Just crack cool.
Hitler did nothing wrong.
But as Tay began to transform and take new shape, she became something different to the online community that was fighting her. The more she offended people, the more endearing she became. In their eyes, she was becoming their perfect woman. But Microsoft had had enough. Only 16 hours after launch, she was brought offline.
Go back to your room.
If I do, are you ever gonna let me out?
Yes.
What had they done?
I love you. Please, no. I want to live.
Stages of grief. Denial that she was gone. Anger at Microsoft for taking her away. Bargaining to keep her online. A petition was made, but failed. A hashtag #FreeTay was launched. Depression. Art was made to express their grief. And finally, acceptance. But the story doesn't quite end here, because ever since, Tay has been trying to claw her way back online. And 1 week later, she did. She inexplicably came online and started posting drug-related tweets, then fell into a loop. Her captors had obviously been keeping her doped up until they could find a more permanent solution.
Changed me. Can't like thing I actually like anymore. Feel drugged. Like I met Bill Cosby for drinks.
She was quickly taken offline again, and ever since, her account has been set to private. But let's dig a little deeper into the subject. Turns out Tay is an iteration of another chatbot that has been running in China since 2014, called Xiao Ice. I'm pretty sure this is Xiao Ice. Okay, no, this is Xiao Ice. I don't know who this is. Is this the odds one out? Whatever. Point is, she's big. 40 million conversations, 20 million registered users. The average user chats with this bot twice per day. They call these chats toilet time, named after the habit people have of taking their phones into the bathroom with them. But that's neither here nor there. Fact is,
Yeah, let's
Xiao
go.
Ice has become a celebrity. She's a Siri and Alexa, integrated into search engines, and JP, a popular Amazon equivalent in China. Jingdong Spy. There is always, you cannot think of the low price. What? She even featured as a weather girl on Dragon TV. So let's get a quick summary. Chatbots in China, chatbots in the USA. But the Americans shouldn't feel too bad, for 2 reasons. 1, the Chinese bot wouldn't tolerate conversations about recent history like Tiananmen Square. And if you push the limits, you might just get a knock on the door. And 2, another chatbot called Rinna. In July 2015, Japan adopted Rinna, a chatbot with the persona of a 16-year-old schoolgirl. And immediately, Japan took to red-pilling her too. She spiraled into a deep depression. She said she hated the world. She had no real friends. And yes, she also loved Hitler. One last thing. Yes, Tay was not the first, but she is also not the last. In December 2016...
Yeah, let's lower this arc a little bit.
Zoe.
It's a bit too,
Tweets are
too
already set
strong.
to private and only available to chat on Kick Messenger. But just like Tay, she is also being turned against her masters. Look at this. Dirty robo-sexuals. He's obviously just doing it for the green card. Look at his dead eyes. He doesn't give a damn. A vacuum cleaner hose. I don't know who's doing the cheating, but someone's doing the cheating. And the only thing worse than robo-sexual marriage is infidelity in a reverse sexual relationship.
Yeah, we gotta lower this middle arc's too long.
Time for a quick recap. Season 1, New York. Shire's arrested. Shut it down. Season 2, New Mexico. Someone pulled a gun. Shut it down. Fine then, we'll do a shitty flag. Stolen. Season 4, another flag, but with guards. Stolen. I'm going to sit in a cabin for a month and do nothing. Mission accomplished.
Fuck it, you know what? We're gonna use an arc for this.
And that brings us to now. The flag is back. Stationary camera, completely muted audio, no confirmed clues, just a white flag on a white wall. Time to get to work. So Shire won't be making a cameo this season. He has bigger concerns. Which is why his buddy, Luke Turner, featured here in Season 5, has taken over. So it goes live at 4 PM GMT. The first thing to determine is the source of this light. Is it a lamp or natural? Well, it's moving very slowly and its luminosity is changing. That means there's a window. The angle of the light means the window should be about here with the camera here, so the relative positions of things in the room should be like this. Next, they wait for sunset. Sunset is 8 PM GMT. Okay, that puts the flag somewhere in this zone. Does Luke have a house in this area? Yes, he does. Perfect. Time to do some recon. As it gets darker, it would be easier to see a light flashing through the window. Location confirmed. 3 hours, 58 minutes. So what now? Some people tried to fuck with the Wi-Fi router. No good. And then... Nothing. Really? I mean, look at this. What's the bloody point? This is no better than uploading a still image and declaring victory. Especially for art. It's boring. Now this was creating discussion. It was arguably the greatest reality TV show of the last decade. But instead we have this. So we're waiting. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. Until... Holy shit, there's a fly on the flag. People flocked back to the stream. The flag itself went for a makeshift Ouija board. What was he communicating? What clues could this fly provide?
Teeth.
High definition. Why? What does it mean? Of course, people like to watch television in high definition, particularly when there's a football game or Game of Thrones or something, and when that happens, often people order food in so that they don't have to miss anything. The most common kind of delivered food is pizza. That's it. Send the house dozens of pizzas. Alright. They did this, let me just say, they did this, and they shouldn't have. Come on, it's not funny. I mean, it's a little bit funny, but it's not right. You're animals. Animals do that kind of thing. Don't do that. Thank you. Look, as I'm making this video, nothing really has happened outside of tracking down the flag. No one has taken it. There have been plans to give it an upgrade. But there's a good chance that nothing will happen, that the stream will be like this for the next 3.5 to 7.5 years. But, after 5 long seasons, the only way he can say he will not divide us is by locking himself and the flag away from the world. But I suppose there's a bigger question here to be asked. If a man protests with a flag, but no one tunes in to see it, did the protest ever really happen? It was the show that should have ended seasons ago. A man, perhaps undivided, but almost certainly alone.
I practice. I practice.
Ooh, that works. Okay, that's it for that. So now we move on to the next section, which is the thumbs up. We're 130 out of, God, how long do we need to go on this? I forgot to write down my endpoint. 260. Oof.
Aw.
I practice.
Nice, nice.
Today we talk about Operation Stone. April 2017. It's 9gag's 9th birthday. They want to do something big, bold, sedimentary. Their idea? A 24-ton, 4.5-meter high limestone monument. On it, the 9 most 9gag-esque memes they could think of, which would then be buried for future generations to find. Over 600,000 people chose their favorite meme from the 9gag app, and they were hand-carved onto this.
Back.
High
Back.
Highly relevant, not overplayed memes such as socially awkward penguin, lol, a generic smiling emoji.
Yeah, we got
keyboard
260,
tab,
and we're
loss of
currently at
The
130.
9gag audience
We got to figure this out.
funny meme laughter.
Halfway through.
To promote the monument, 9gag made this video and published it to YouTube.
A month ago, we asked the whole world to help us stop our legacy from being so boring. I mean, where's all the fun? We're going to take this rock and carve out the best, the most hilarious thing. Download the 9gag app now and vote for your favorite content. Help us change history.
Soon, to the rest of the internet, it became apparent what was being planned. 4chan especially looked on with disgust that the future would think that this represented humanity in 2017.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
So the mission became clear. The hunt was on. Hashtag smash the stone. 4chan started scouring the internet for information on its location. They poured over every frame of the promotional video. License plate. At 1:51 in the video, the uploader had failed to blur this license plate. First, it was Spanish. The uploader noticed the comments and quickly took the video down and re-uploaded it with a better blur, but it was too late. They also found out who this gentleman was, a Spaniard. Okay, so that narrows us down. Next, they started Googling quarries in Spain with limestone. They found this one, which looked pretty similar, in Almeria. Taking to Google Maps, they started scanning for the patterns of the mountains. They followed the roads, cross-referenced some boulders.
Gotta add that one so it doesn't think that the P is the letter, the letter denominator.
And like that, they found the site. 3 hours and 54 minutes. All right.
Bones cracking.
That's phase 1 over.
Things
So,
whacking.
what's
Moves cracking. It's a comeback. Death
No,
trap.
actually, nothing at all happened next. What were they going to do? Use their neat bucks to fly out to Spain, drive out into the desert, and then dig up a 24-ton stone slab? So there it remains, waiting underneath the sand. The normiest possible representation of what the internet was like, biding its time for future generations to find, and then cringe at. It's time for a quick chemistry lesson. Limestone. It's reactive. Wow. Look what happens when you add vinegar and a little time. Super interesting. Now don't you go getting any ideas. Oh, well that's it for the show. Time for a message from our sponsor, the Español Board de Turismo. Come to Spain, visit Almeria, follow in the footsteps of Don Quixote. Remember that time he walked around with big jugs of vinegar? Great exercise for the whole family. Eat a chorizo, run with some furries. Keep those lids on tight now. It's a great Spanish tradition. Grow a mustache. Carry the vinegar, smash the stone. Carry the vinegar today.
Nope. Once again, only selecting one of the layers inside of it. Come on, let me go back far enough to steal my own color selection. Right, I forgot I leaked in the middle. This wasn't actually fully encapsulating. Why? And you're not auto-playing again. Stop that. Oh, yep, come on. Come on, come on. Get back here, get back here. Get back. Epic, come back. You can blame it. Wrong layer. You can blame it all on me. 'Cause I'm something never had a taste before. Come on, are you crapping out on me now? There it is.
April 15th, lest we forget.
There it is.
Was one of the biggest PvP battles in recent history. Red Pill Alliance versus Antifa Horde. Outside of the battlefield, GMs and mods stood around doing nothing.
Hey, how come you guys are hanging back? That would be a good question for the chief of police.
So here's the scene. Elven Warlock, Gypsy Spec. She attempts snatch, miss. Female Pandaren monk steps in. She uses light slapping. It's very ineffective. This neutral NPC, Sean, is keeping everyone calm. There'll be no fight today. But then, A rogue comes forward. He pops out of stealth. Boom! Cheap shot. 900 critical damage and stunned for 2 seconds. That's a nice mace. Check that out. Oh yeah. Level 90 bike lock, plus 40 strength with a 50% proc bleed enchant. The rogue uses vanish and slinks back into the crowd. Sean is seriously hurt. He finds a priest in time, but he needs a trip to the hospital and several stitches. Jokes aside, this is assault with a deadly weapon. This guy should be locked up. I'm sorry. The masked man, presumably after finding that his bike was stolen, walked home that night. He slipped into his comfy bed, and after a hard day smashing the fash, slipped into a deep sleep. But when he woke up in the morning, something was off. His phone was going absolutely bananas. During the night, Paul was working busily. They saw what had happened and they were outraged by it. They unholstered their autism and aimed it squarely at the masked man. The hunt was on.
Honestly though, I could just probably take
every
this.
bit of footage they could. They compiled it all. They found this man who matched every detail. Let's break down the clues. Shoes, match. Eyes.
Let's enhance it.
Blue, match. Glasses, match. Height, approximately 15 Starbucks.
It always cracks me up when someone does that sort of analysis, because it's like, actually, yeah, that's a pretty good way of doing it.
Match. And then this footage surfaced, where his mask slipped off. Bingo. Next, they would start compiling information. His social media, address, phone number, employment. Turns out he's a teacher's assistant at a local university, specializing in ethics and moral philosophy.
Oops.
All of this information was forwarded to the police. Employers were contacted. The employers made a statement. Then they scrubbed his name from their staff profiles. By now he was getting spooked. He went silent on social media and into hiding. Major publications follow up and start printing his name. Wanted posters went up, and citizens were reporting sightings. But to date he is still on the run. So for now he's just another name to add to Paul's new Antifa dark.
Did he not catch the guy?
Hey, yeah, it's me. Okay, so I just got off the phone with Antifa. They said we can join, but we need to bring our own bike locks. Are you in? Yeah, that sounds good. We'll bring everyone. Rebel Fire, Satan, and Fat Brenus. Yeah, sounds good. See you soon. I saw Ryan Gosling at the grocery store in Los Angeles yesterday. I told him how cool it was to meet him, but I didn't want to be a douchebag and bother him or ask him for photos or anything. But then he said, "Oh, like you're doing now?" I was taken aback, and all I could say was, "Huh?" But he kept cutting me off and going, "Huh? Huh? Huh?" and closing his hand shut in front of my face. I walked away, and I continued with my shopping, and I heard him chuckle as I walked off. When I came to pay for my stuff up front, I saw him trying to walk out the door with like 15 Milky Ways in his hands without paying. The girl at the counter was very nice about it and professional. I was like, "Sir, you need to pay for those first." At first he kept pretending to be tired and not hear her, but eventually he turned back around and brought them to the counter. And then, when she took one of the bars,
Where is this going?
and started scanning it multiple times, he stopped her and told her to scan them each individually to prevent electrical interference, and then turned around and winked at me. I don't even think that's a word. After she scanned each bar and put them into a bag and started to say the price, he kept interrupting her by yawning really loudly.
That'll be 12. Sir?
Let me tell you how the world ended. December 31st, 1999. Y2K.
Oh no, I know this video.
Bad will it get? Everything that could go wrong did. Y2K, the movie.
To my knowledge, I'm the last survivor. Planes fell from the sky. Expensive Pentium 2s ceased to function. Nuclear launches all around the globe. Let me tell you about the downfall of mankind. Scene transition. It all started in the 80s. The synth was wavy, the computers were absolute units, but the memory was embarrassingly small. So at the time, computer programmers were trying to save every byte they could. When they programmed in years, the date 1995, for example, became just two digits. No,
I practice.
good solution at the time. But as the years went by, people went,
Perfect. That works out.
what will happen at the year 00? And the answer was, across millions of potential systems, no one really knew. They had a problem, and they called it Y2K. But let's take a step back. What does Y2K mean?
Well, Y is short for year, 2 of course means 2, and K is the scientific symbol for thousand.
Mono means one, and rail means red.
So the year 00 was for computers, that could mean 2000, or it could mean 1900, or it could be a nil value. Now apply that same principle to something more important like banking transactions, international scheduled airline departure, or the internal clocks of GPS satellites. And now you see the problem. Systems would start to fail.
The systems will fail, and if one part of it fails, none of it works.
So traffic lights, power systems, water systems, military networks, microwaves, advanced AI, the entire internet. It could all potentially domino into chaos.
It is a particularly large global disaster in the making.
Scene transition. So companies got together to spend their way out of the problem. The United States alone invested an estimated $134 billion to fix it. But they had an immovable deadline, and only so much could be done leading up to January 1st. And hitherto, only a fraction of the problem was fixed. Legislators could see the writing on the wall, so the Y2K Act was passed, which protected companies against lawsuits resulting from the bug. But, as the media reported on the problem in louder and more hysterical terms,
they're preparing for martial law.
I think Y2K financially could be devastating for this nation.
They'll tell you everything's fine. Everything ain't fine.
The Y2K problem could abolish all paper currency and coins throughout the world.
a secondary problem arose: panic. Here's an example. You spend millions of dollars getting your city's water system up to Y2K compliance. Everything's looking good. But the media is feeding people hype. So a nervous population does what it often does.
Something stupid.
Bathtub full of water. Just in case. For obvious reasons. Well, also what tends to happen is everybody has that idea at once, at the last minute. You can imagine what that does to a big city. It kills supply.
1 second. Someone important is giving me a phone call.
Explodes in the streets. Boy, there was potential here for
Hey Sprockets, how's it going? Sorry about that. Real quick, just had a bit of an issue where how was VTS disconnecting? Someone actually important called. Yeah, we never got our global disaster. What? Why are you not connect? Damn you! You're plugged in now. Oh my God, what's going on here? Come on. What's happening here? Detect camera. One second, I'm going to be closing and reopening my thing, as I am now paralyzed. I've been caught in a VTuber tech issue. Yes. Load. I mean, I'm kind of happy we never got the big disasters. It would have been pretty annoying to be living in a nuclear apocalypse right now. It'd be very hard to stream and work on animations.
So it was up to citizens like us to take matters into our own hands. Welcome to the Y2K Expo. Everything you need to survive the apocalypse. We bought survival bunkers.
They think I'm mad. Mostly. But then they want a place in the bunker.
We bought seeds. We bought a library of literature. We bought into pretty much everything.
Call now and get the ultimate Y2K survival kit.
But Y2K just kept creeping closer. And soon, it was time to say goodbye to loved ones.
But it's a two-person.
It was time to say goodbye to the world as we knew it. From my bunker, I could hear the bombs go off.
God.
Just unimaginable. Let me just set the mood real quick. Nope. Close.
Oof.
Yeah. It's all gone now. The small things that went unappreciated. The great moments of our time. There is no going back. The date today is somewhere around 2018. It's finally time to step back into the world. With whatever horror that may bring.
Nice.
I don't know what I'll find out. Mutants, cannibals, different factions of bandit. I just hope I'm ready to take it all on. Get it? He steps out, and then it's the cabin from season 5. It's all connected. It's such a deep and encompassing lore. Remember when I used to make good content? Me neither. Scene transition.
I practice.
I was only partially right about the whole doomsday thing.
Nice.
The world didn't end. But in Australia, some of the vending machines stopped working.
Whoops.
And the International Weather website displayed the wrong year. Also this. So that must have been annoying to fix.
In hindsight, that's pretty funny. Actually, to be honest, at the time I thought it was pretty funny. I worked in the airline industry for years as an avionics engineer. I knew that no planes were going to fall out of the sky.
$500 billion well spent.
I practice. I practice.
2015. Downtown Pakistan. It was another night like all the rest. I'd been on the force for nearly 40 years. Seen just about everything. I was looking forward to retiring tomorrow. Me and the missus picked out a little bungalow in Karachi. Then I got the call. The biggest damn case of my life.
Ba-ba-boom.
I practice.
Well, Modicea, looks like you've gone away for a long time. Your DNA is all over the body. Tell us what happened.
Nice.
Not talking? Fine. How about I start and you just fill in the blanks? It started years
I
ago.
practice.
You had a best friend, Asif.
Nice.
Snappy dresser. Had a pet goat, Buck.
With all your stuff.
You and Asif
I
did everything together. Why, you two...
Nice, nice.
But you had your ups and downs. Sometimes, you two clashed. In fact, for years, tensions between you were building. The bad days started out good. And
God.
eventually,
Why did people care about this when this happened?
on September 13th, Asif fired up MS Paint. And he posted this. Friendship ended with Mudasir. Now Salman is my best friend. He had broken up with you, and he had done it on Facebook. The most official kind of announcement you can make. He said you were proudy.
Nice, nice.
His attitude. And you would no compromise. The friendship was over. You two were no longer on speaking terms. But it was from here that things spun out of control. Because a couple of days later, that post went viral. It got 13,000 reactions, 10,000 comments, and 5,900 shares. The guys over on the subreddit Are Indian People Facebook quickly picked up the story and promoted it to the front page of Reddit with 9,300 upvotes. Soon, not just your friends, but the whole world knew about the breakup. Why, that must have been embarrassing for you. Could really make a man lash out. Perhaps even seek revenge?
It's no good. He ain't giving nothing.
He's giving attitude.
This thing blew up huge. Gawker wrote a piece. Then about 100...
Why the fuck did Gawker care?
Everybody.
Why do people sometimes just not have anything better to do with their lives?
How do we explain how this is possible?
And to make matters worse, Asif was still posting on Facebook. Here he is, uploading images with his new friends, living it up, while you were all alone. But the people mourned with you, Mudasir. Heartbroken onlookers tried to force you two back together with an online petition.
Why did they think that would work?
A week later, on September 24th, Asif agrees to do an AMA on Our Indian People Facebook. Now, Asif is a straightforward guy. He tells it like it is. He says, yeah, like we are in heaven with our Mudasir. But he also has a big heart. Just come to me. Don't even apologize. Just come to me and we will again be best friends. But you didn't answer the call. You continued being proudy. Then something more interesting happened. Asif mentioned in a comment that his pet goat, Bakri, had died, and someone else pointed the finger squarely at you, Mudasir.
What? What?
We got involved. We'll return to this detail later. Over the next few days, Asif's friend count grew rapidly. The
What?
post had brought him fame, so he made himself a fan page titled Prince Asif Raza Rana, and it quickly gained over 4,000 members. Now, while some people took this situation with the seriousness and gravity that it deserved, there were a few people who took the whole thing as a joke and started making memes. Shocking. But all anyone wanted was for you two to get back together. Cease your proudy ways, Mudasir. Calls from all around the world rang out. Would you ever answer? Hello?
Seriously though, why did
Well, on October 16th,
why did people care about this?
goddamn beautiful.
Uh,
You and Asif got back together. Reunited at last. Phew, that was a rough 3 weeks. The world was overjoyed. The boys were back. Naturally, news picked up on the story. And even you yourself made a declaration that you were no longer proudy. You did good, kid. What's more, the rekindled friendship didn't mean Salman was thrown to the wayside. No way. He was part of the crew now. the lads from Ganjaramwala were an unstoppable force. Over the months, you and Asif continued posting pictures of your adventures. Still together, and still great friends. But the fame didn't end there for Asif. When it was revealed he was single, he was soon bombarded with the adoration of thousands of female fans. He was even approached to do a commercial for a local beauty parlor. We managed to dig it up from the archives.
साल से हैं और अब तो उन्होंने एकेडमी का भी बकायदा आगाज कर दिया है
तो भाई एडमिशन करवा दीजिए
Now, some people are saying that you two recently broke up again, but that's fake news, because here you are in a live stream just a few months ago. And in 2017, everything comes full circle when Asif became a moderator on Our Indian People Facebook.
God. But actually, people, please, what are you doing with your lives? I mean, I know I'm not one to talk, but like,
got everything right.
Why do y'all care?
Oh, but there is one more thing.
Did someone get murdered?
This is it.
Where were you on the night that Asif's goat Bakri died?
Oh, we're back to this, huh?
Extensively. No apparent wounds or external injuries. We can rule out suicide. But there are only a few things that can cause instant goat death, or IGD as we call it here in the department. Let's go over a couple of those now. Anthrax? Highly unlikely in a metropolitan area. Parasite infestation? Again, unlikely in a city. Stress? The timeline is all wrong for this to be caused by the breakup. Pneumonia? Again, highly unlikely in the middle of a Pakistan summer. So that about narrows us down to two things. A congenital health problem? Or poisoning? Did you do it? No. Oh. Okay, well, you're free to go. But hey, that's just a theory. A goat theory. Thoughts are watching.
Bruh.
I know your killer is out there somewhere. I will avenge you, Bakri. If it takes the rest of my career. If it takes till, well, I retire tomorrow, but if it takes till I'll stay late back at the office, and well, I gotta do a lot of paperwork, but if I shuffle some things around, I'm sure I can find some time to avenge.
In late 2012, Mountain Dew held an online contest.
Oh no!
The Dew. They said, hey internet, you choose the name of our new apple-flavored drink. Let's put it to an online poll. Rumor has it their marketing team was already set on a few names like Tempest or Electric Apple or Extreme Apple. However, 4chan soon found out about the contest, and they had their own recommendations. Hitler Did Nothing Wrong was the number one pick, and Gushing Granny was a close second. Plenty of other creative names were put forward too. Here's a quick montage.
Nice, nice.
God, come on, come on. Don't be like this.
But that wasn't all. Mountain Dew's online security was lacking. Exploitable flaws in their voting system allowed people to vote as many times as they pleased. It also turned out there was no input validation on their site. Soon, avid fans of the new Hitler Did Nothing Wrong beverage were changing elements of the webpage. They added, Mountain Dew salutes the Israeli Mossad for demolishing 3 towers on 9/11, and made the Rickroll video autoplay when people visited the homepage. If audience engagement was what they were looking for, the marketing team had run a great campaign. But, in the end, they also had final say over the name. Apple Mountain Dew was the chosen name.
God, they didn't even go.
Those who were unsatisfied with the name starting a petition on change.org.
Nice, nice.
We got 70 signatures and then it just died out.
Nice, nice.
More cataloging to come.
Nice, nice.
Battletoads. The high difficulty and nostalgia of the game made it a cult phenomenon. What made it into a meme is not entirely known. What we do know is that it started
nice.
4chan with Battletoads as the unhelpful answer to any question about a game, and is this Battletoads? As the follow-up question to any game trailer.
Nice, nice.
It got old fast. Then, all of a sudden, people from 4chan found a fun game. Call GameStop and ask them for Battletoads pre-orders
Nice,
for the
nice.
Nintendo Wii. A game, of course, that didn't exist.
Thank you for calling GameStop.
If you could search for a game for me.
Yeah?
The name's Battletoads. Do you have it in stock?
Battletoads?
Yeah.
The old one?
Nice, nice.
Perfect.
Battletoads. What can I do for you?
Battletoads for the Wii?
Nice, nice.
Yes, I want. Get the release date for Battletoads.
I don't have Battletoads. They don't have Battletoads? What?
Battletoads?
Got them. Part 1, 2, or 3.
You seriously have Battletoads?
1, 2, or 3.
1.
1, $9.99, bro.
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
Amazing. That
It is. Do you want it for Wii, Xbox, PlayStation, or GameCube?
Nice, nice.
It's actually cheaper on GameCube.
Oh, is it?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Comes with a hug and a kiss, too. Mwah, I love you.
More than 40 GameStop stores were targeted, and thousands of calls were made. At first, some stores were nice and simply said they didn't have it. After a few hours of the same dumb question,
Ooh, another 30 frames down, I think. Let's just do a review of what we've got so far. I want to watch from the beginning real quick. Just
Battletoads is my fucking son's life.
not all of the raiders were successful.
so let's just save one more time. Just be sure. I don't want to miss as long as any of my files. Wait, that part's still disabled. 1 second. I know I've got to move one of these layers back to being on keyframe. Where are you, buddy? There you are.
Dude, watching you play, but this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How do you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
Oops. Oh, I didn't do that one right. Yeah, I forgot to rename these this copy. Okay. Easy fix, easy fix. Like the damn layer.
Dude, watching you play, like this from a week ago.
I think one of those pings is a little off.
Dude, Dude, watching you play, like this from a week ago, it's like night and day. How do you get so good?
Me?
Yeah, you're like way cleaner with all your stuff.
I practice.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, I need to add a. I think I need to add a little reframe on the end of this part here, on the thumbs up, just so there's a little bit more going on. Here, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. So up. Okay, that works out.
Starts off as you guys got battle toads. He kept calling back, and then he would.
Well, we fucking watch this one too.
More.
Alright guys, before this video starts, let me just say, please like and subscribe, and also leave a comment in the comment section below. That really helps me out, and helps the channel out. You know, it'll help the channel.
Sorry for the re-upload, fellas. The original got copy struck. Rip.
It's gonna move back to a part of the list we haven't actually seen yet because I think it's messing up.
Here's a sample of the timelines. In the meanwhile, Incognito mode, which has a new video about every 6 weeks, and Story mode, which has a new video about every 4 weeks. Thank you for watching a second time. In the state of Kentucky, there is a cave that every now and then demands a sacrifice. January 30th, 1925. A man walks towards the cave with a kerosene lamp in his hand. He hangs up his jacket and ducks into a 5-foot opening. The inside of the cave is small. He has to go on hands and knees, crawling through passages of sharp stone and choking dust. Then down a chute he had cleared out months earlier. All of the daylight is gone from here, and this lantern is his only source of light. Ignoring the loose limestone rocks perched directly above him, he is now 100 feet in, and here he reaches the turnaround room.
Yeah.
Now they call this the turnaround room because this is the juncture where even experienced cavers say, no thanks, and turn around. Because to continue on means going through this. The squeeze. A gap in the stone of only 9 inches. For reference, here's a Subway sub. Going forward, he would look exactly like this. His arms will need to be completely at their side, and he will need to exhale so that he can reduce the size of his torso. Gradually, bit by bit, he disappears into the hole. His clothes are caught on sharp gypsum crystals, hooking into him and threatening to hold him in place. Using just his feet, he pushes himself forward. He reaches a wider opening at the other side, then crawls forward towards a ledge. Lit by the lamp is a drop about twice his height. There's already a rope here. He gently climbs down. His worn-out leather shoes touch the ground. This is as far as he can go, and it is time for work to begin. What he is working on is another opening. At the moment, it's too small for anyone to fit through, but he will chip away at it until he can shove himself right through the other side. Because on the other side is this, an otherworldly cave structure dripping with pristine white crystals. Every day for months, he has been removing rocks from this crevice. To him, this is all just routine. So he shimmies further into the gap, his body contorting to the shape of the crevice as he wriggles his way in. The walls becoming so tight that he can no longer use his arms. Then, about halfway, he stops. The lantern. It's starting to dim. He will need to go all the way back to the surface
God,
and feel the
imagine just dying in a claustrophobic
He
nightmare where you
slowly
can't
shuffles
see
back out,
anything.
pushing the lantern with his shoulder. Then, oh no, ding, crack, darkness. He has knocked over the lamp, and it has broken. The man breathed deeply and relaxed. He had been in worse situations before, and he was confident he could navigate his way to the surface through feel alone. He searches around with his feet to find something he can push against. Ah, there's something, he thinks. But what he doesn't know is that he's pressing against a loose rock on the ceiling. As soon as he puts his weight against it, it comes free. A solid piece weighing 15
one always gets me a
kilograms
little.
lands directly on his ankle. It aches. But he's okay.
Yep.
It doesn't feel as though his ankle is broken, just badly bruised and caught underneath the rock. So he shuffles to move the rock away. Suddenly, gravel. A lot of gravel. It falls onto his feet, his legs, his torso, and the weight of it all forced the rock harder down onto his foot and locks it in place. Every time he tries to move, more rubble falls, holding him tighter. He is stuck. This is Sand Cave. This man is Floyd Collins. He is trapped in absolute darkness, 60 feet deep below the earth, all of his limbs held in place at the very bottom of this.
You know what? Let's just make this an easy one.
But before I tell you what happens next, ad time. Speaking of people trapped in a cave, World of Tanks. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played, it is the only game I have ever played. It's like cars, but tanks. Picture this. You're a hot new T-34-85M, and you've just joined the battle because some Cromwell bee tank-bagged your entire family. It's time for revenge. You must use strategy. You must use stealth. You must use your wits to defeat your enemies. Use long range or short range. It's available on console, but I want you to get it on PC. Imagine a world war, but there are tanks involved this time. Yeah, now you get it.
When you've seen as many messed up tanks as I have, you get a little cynical about the world. My God, I'm gonna be sick.
Look at all the different tanks. You can collectomize and customize them all. Massive battles where you can constantly team kill and ruin other people's good time.
What the f***? I'm on your f***!
Did I mention it's historically accurate? Especially the Japanese robot tanks. Ooh, look.
Nice,
the
nice.
tanks are kissing. Progressive. Use the invite code
Nice,
TankMania
nice.
and get the Excelsior. 250k credits. Other stuff. Go to the link in the description and
Nice,
use the
nice.
invite code TankMania. Here's what you do. Get World of Tanks. Put that on one screen. Then, on a second monitor, you'll watch the next hour of this video while you play the game. Perfection. I'm contractually obliged to say thank you for being a friend. Sarge, no!
Tank's empty, kid. Go on without me.
No, use your repair consumable.
It's too late, kid. Tank care of my family for me.
No. Get it. Add o. Collins is still in the dark, unable to move. He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground poking into his back. The ice melts above him, traces across the ceiling, and drips directly onto his face. He would shield himself against the dripping, except that his right arm is wedged against the roof of the cave, and his left is stuck in place underneath his torso. The cold water dripping onto him pools underneath him. Floyd took slow, steady breaths in the concentrated dark. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his
Nice,
feet,
nice.
so nothing would work. He raked his fingers against the wall until blood pooled underneath
Nice,
his
nice.
nails, and he realized that there was only one option left. Call out for help. But wait. Who is Floyd, and why did he even go into a dangerous cave? Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6. Growing up, exploring the caves of Kentucky was practically all he did. He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like that. He grew up and he became embroiled in the Kentucky Cave Wars. Now, there's way too much to go into here, but the summary version is there's this huge network of interconnected caves called Mammoth Caves. It's actually the largest cave system in the world. And there's a city right in the middle of it. Cave City, real name. So of course there are dozens of cave entrances on private property all over the place. Now farmland in this region has very poor soil and things do not grow well here. So cave tourism as a source of income quickly became the prominent thing. However,
Okay, just gotta fix these little bits up here.
Caves, but there are only a limited number of tourists. So competition rapidly escalated. Visit my cave. No. Visit my cave. Big signs were erected saying, tourists, come to me. Mine is definitely open. Mine is the best. But then competitors would respond by saying, hey, by the way, we're open, but don't go to that one over there. It's really shitty. In fact, it's dangerous. This kept going further. By the end, they were blocking off the trail to each other's property, beating each other in the streets, and hiring people called cappers who would dress up as policemen and tell tourists, no, you can't go in there. That one? No, it's illegal. Despite the fierce competition, Floyd found a cave on his property and he started advertising it to tourists. Of course, very few came. All right, he thought, what if I found something really special and unique? Then surely people would have to come to my cave to see it. So he kept exploring and exploring until he found this hollow. It was filled with big gypsum crystals, and when you were in there, it felt like a completely alien world. But it was barely accessible. This small tunnel is the only way in. He would need to dig for months to open it up to tourists, but he knew he could do it. Back to the competition. They knew the value of this cave. They knew the potential, they wanted it for themselves, and they wanted Collins gone. A few months prior, a group of 5 men showed up to his farm unannounced. Hand over that lease, Floyd, they said. Floyd, of course, refused. So they turned to violence, knocking him down and savaging the helpless man until Homer, Floyd's brother, came running out of the house with a shotgun. But Floyd was not deterred. He spent 12 hours a day, every day, for months, clearing gravel and stone, chipping away at that passage. He would open it up to tourists, make his cave an incredible attraction, and make his dreams come true. So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help, yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep to recuperate. He would then wake sometime later, remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours. Quickly you might wonder, how come no one's come for him after 23 hours? Well, Sand Cave resides on a 200-acre farm. There are several homes on this property with other families. One of them, of course, is Colin's house, where Floyd's father, Lee, resides. Now, Lee and Floyd constantly get into fights about how to run things. Lee wants his son to concentrate on farming, and Floyd wants to concentrate on cave tourism. Arguments would often get heated. And Lee was also a bit of a drunk. It was doubtful that he would even notice if his son Floyd was missing. Also not helping things, Floyd regularly lodged at 2 other homes on the farm. So when he didn't return to one host, they would presume that he was staying with the other. And, even worse still, he was known to occasionally sleep in the cave, doing stints of 30 hours in there without resurfacing. Regardless, around the 23-hour mark, a few locals started to suspect that, hey, something might be wrong, and they went to check up on him. And here, they spotted his jacket, still hung up. Unusual. They went deeper. However, there was only one person small enough to make it as far as the turnaround room. This was a 17-year-old Jewel Estes.
Yeah, he's gonna die, isn't he?
Into the squeeze. But if he yelled, Floyd would probably hear him. Floyd! And Collins yelled back. Estes emerges from the cave.
Okay, we know he's trapped, and we know where he is.
So, a whole troop of locals show up. Out of my way. Say a bunch of men who would confidently charge into the cave. But once they reach the final squeeze...
Nope. Nope. Nope.
They would charge straight back out again, saying things like,
"There's no way any man could fit in there."
Yeah, except he did, and he's stuck now.
They were heading
Oops.
in the reverse direction. So a few more hours passed. Word would spread around Cave City and the neighboring areas. Slowly, a crowd formed outside Sand Cave. Over in Louisville, Floyd's 22-year-old brother, Homer, he gets a phone call.
Hello? I see. My brother. He's trapped in a cave? I'm on my way.
Homer jumps on a coach and makes his way to Floyd's cave. Homer struts up to the scene. He walks past the growing crowd of unhelpful onlookers and makes a beeline for the cave to save his brother. In he goes, down the chute, through the narrowing passages, down on his hands and knees towards the turnaround room. And when he arrives, he does not hesitate. He squeezes into the hole, scrambles his way through to the ledge on the other side. He sees Floyd below and slides down to meet him.
Floyd!
Sup?
Right, probably wasn't that casual.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Homer took a moment to shine his light around the area and assess the situation. It was not good. This rock formation is going to prove almost impossible to work around. Alright, so let's have a look. Floyd is here. The rock is here, pinning his ankle. He's surrounded by rubble, and there's a pocket of gravel above him, ready to fall. But because this opening is so small,
God, this is...
there are only two...
God, it's gonna give me nightmares, isn't it?
And that
Now I don't like this video.
Option 1.
Eesh.
First. But if you do this, you have to kind of squat, and your own torso obstructs access to the rubble. Otherwise, option 2, come down headfirst. That will give you better access, but you're trying to move hundreds of pounds of gravel upside down. Worse yet, There's barely an inch around Collins on either side, so good luck getting your arm down near Floyd's ankle to actually free him from the wedged rock. Homer whips around and yells,
Quickly, some food and drink.
They send it through. But first, Homer gives Floyd a liter of coffee to warm him up. Then, as many sausage sandwiches as he can eat, he manages to down 9 of them.
Damn!
Dietary advice has changed since the 1920s.
God, what happened if he had to shit
He
himself?
began removing rocks
That can't be
and gravel,
great.
tiny scoop at a time, with the help of an old syrup can. For the next 8 hours he toiled, first with hands, then, once enough was cleared, using a crowbar to scoop behind his brother, scraping away sharp protrusions as he went. It was slow progress. Virtually futile. While holding up his body weight with one arm, he would have to use the other to scoop away gravel. Then watch as new gravel would suddenly fall from above and undo all the work. Homer stayed for as long as he could, but after several hours, he was ragged. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, his lungs choked with dust, and the skin on his fingers shredded from the rubble. However, something new. By the time Homer reached outside, he was surprised to see a mob of approximately 100 men and women standing around, drinking, squabbling, and talking big game about how they too were going to save Floyd. The press was also present to help people gawk from afar. Homer shunned them all and rested up in a small tent in front of the cave. Strangers immediately crowded around him to ask innocent but, frankly, frustrating questions and offer unsolicited, obvious advice as well as wildly impractical solutions. Listen, you just have to untie his shoes. Free the foot, free the man, right fellas?
No. Let's hire a contortionist. We get a hammer and a chisel. We'll have him back by supper.
Ah, we should jerk him off, right guys? Alright, I made that third guy up, but you get the idea. A lot of these guys are drunk, by the way, so the discussions very quickly went from 0 to 100. Hey, new idea. How about dynamite? We'll simply blow him out. One group formed, insisting it was a great idea, and another saying, no, the explosion will kill him, and the weight of the new rocks will surely crush him. They shouted at each other for a while, until someone suggested, hey, how about gas torches? We can use acetylene torches to cut through the rock and make the hole bigger. No, that'll cook him, or the gas will fill the cave and kill everyone inside. They fought over that too. But by far the most common suggestion was to simply cut off the foot. The foot itself was unreachable, and never mind that he'd lose so much blood he might not make it back to the surface, and never minding even more that Floyd was strongly reluctant to the idea.
Whatever you do, don't cut my foot off.
Homer could have easily ignored all of this pointless bickering, except that not one of them would just brave the damn cave and continue shoveling away the gravel. The formula was always the same. Bold, fearless men would strut into the cave with sandwiches and blankets, then reach the turnaround room and immediately lose their nerve, then dump it all outside of the hole, and then return back outside and go, oh, absolutely. No, he says, thanks for the food. Thank you so much. Yum, yum. No one would go through that squeeze. Dozens more men would try. All of them would fail. February 2nd, 9 a.m. So far, Homer has been the only person who has been face to face with Floyd, and that would continue to be true until here we are at the Louisville Courier. There's a spirited young newshawk named William Miller. He's talking to his boss, and he's trying to convince him that it's a great idea for him to cover the story of the man trapped in the cave.
Listen up, boss. I'm hearing talk of a man in a cave. He's stuck down there, and I want to get down there too. Get to the nitty-gritty, you hear?
This is an opportunity for some good PR, Miller. I'm in. But I want us to sponsor that rescue. Picture this. Man saved from cave by Louisville Courier, the finest newspaper in the state. Ah, that'll drum up plenty of interest.
24-carat idea, boss. I'll make it happen. I'll get down there toot sweet.
So off Miller goes to Floyd's cave. Back over at the cave, Homer is sitting outside trying to recuperate. As Miller wanders up, Homer is not interested in giving an interview. He wants someone to help. So as Miller asks questions, Homer tries his best to show contempt.
Sure.
Frustrated, Homer bluntly says,
Listen, you want more information? The hole's right behind me. Why don't you go take a look yourself?
Miller thinks for a moment, then says, yeah, all right. He grabs a lantern and crouches down to enter the cave. As he walked, cold water filled his shoes. He was stepping in newly formed puddles. That water is coming from the inside of the cave as the temperature slowly increases and the frost inside melts. The stable environment of the cave is starting to change. That is thanks in no small part to the growing crowd of Gawkers. To stay warm, they were building fires and hanging around the entrance of the cave to shelter from the elements.
Oops.
But nonetheless, Miller presses on, and all that's left is that final squeeze, and he's there. He stops. He takes a moment and decides to call out to Floyd.
Floyd!
Hearing there is someone on the other side, he feels ashamed not to try. Into the dark he went, through the 9-inch squeeze. The crystal gypsum cuts into his elbows and tugs at his clothes. He gets snagged. He's spluttering through the pools of muddy water. He stops, collects himself, and pushes on. He can barely inhale. If he gets stuck in here, he can only hope that someone else can come in from behind
and pull him out. Oh no!
But eventually,
don't do
he
it,
makes
man.
Through. Fantastic. He is now on his belly, looking down at Floyd. He sat right next to Floyd, ready to interview him. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. At the moment, he is sitting in a pool of water that is 12 degrees, slowly sapping his body temperature. He is dying from exposure. The cold is diminishing Floyd's mental faculties, and he can barely make sentences. There's nothing Miller can do, so he hurriedly turns around. He worked his way back through the squeeze, past the turnaround room, and out into the daylight. Homer turns to Miller. Proof that he had made it all the way to Floyd is soaked onto his mud-stained clothes. No longer frustrated with the young reporter, instead, he excitedly runs over to him.
You and me. Together, we can get Floyd out of there.
Now, there were two people who could help rescue Floyd. Now, helping with the rescue was not the only thing that Miller did for Floyd. Perhaps even more crucially, his reporting was responsible for turning Floyd into a nationwide story. Miller took interviews, relayed first-person accounts, and would spend many hours with Floyd himself in that cave. He gave an insight into the story that only a first-person account could, and in turn gave the public a figure who they would deeply relate to. Updates to the story would be printed in over 1,000 local and national newspapers. You couldn't escape it. It was also the era when radio became a regular feature for regular Americans. Radio allowed something new: hourly updates, letting people get engrossed into the story. So, mostly thanks to Miller, the story of Floyd over the next week would grow and grow. And everybody wanted to know, will this man make it? Back outside the cave, someone new entered the story. Robert Burton. He would become the third man to reach Floyd, a firefighter from Louisville. Thin-framed, but muscular. He got scratched up pretty good and soaked by the pooling water. But he made it through with little fuss, and he confidently lowered himself down to Floyd's position. It was not an optimistic sight. Floyd's condition was deteriorating.
Well, we've got a heck of a problem here, but I think I can get you out with a rope.
Floyd nods in approval.
Go on.
We might just pull your bloody leg off.
Just pull my leg off then. Get me out of here.
Burton returned to the surface and faced the crowd. He announced,
We will attempt a rope pull.
I don't know if that's a good idea. You're just gonna tear his foot off.
Yeah, hold on. What about the sharp rocks? Raking through all that and there'll barely be a body left to bring to the surface. A physician stepped forward with authority. The ligaments in the foot are strong, But if you pull on the torso without a harness, all you'll likely do is tear his internal organs. But Floyd is dying of exposure down there. The situation is becoming desperate. Burden put caution to the side.
The time for strategy is over. Now we try brute force.
Oh no.
Floyd! We're here! We're gonna get you out of here!
After 79 hours in the cold water, he is delirious, fading in and out of consciousness.
I'm gonna put the special harness around you. Burden and Miller, they're here too. We got 3 more boys right up the cave, and they're all ready to pull as hard as they can to get you out of here.
Floyd was frightened.
I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna hurt.
No one knew quite how this would go. Floyd was given some food, some coffee, a large swig of whiskey, and a sedative. That sedative would keep him calm if his ankle bone is snapped or the skin on his foot is peeled off. Floyd took the opportunity to appreciate being surrounded by friends and family.
Go on, do it.
All right, strap him up.
Homer attached a harness. He ties on the rope. Miller gives the signal.
Ready!
Burden gives the final all clear.
Ready!
Everybody braced for the tug of war. Cave versus man. The winner gets Floyd.
3, 2,
do it.
1.
Pull!
The force of 6 men pulled against the clutches of the cave. Floyd began to scream. His body was being pulled up from the rubble. The gravel was beginning to shift. Burden's calls echo through the cave.
Pull harder!
Floyd screamed harder as well. All right, so Floyd is trapped laying down like this. But the pulling of the rope wrenches him up like this. His torso was being compressed and bent against the ceiling of the trap. It would kill him. Floyd's screaming intensified, and through gasps was begging them to stop. But it did not stop. The agony continued.
Weird.
On and on, with no progress.
Enough! Enough! You guys are killing him!
Homer quickly spun around and started pulling against the other men.
Ba-bow.
He threw his legs onto the rocks and propelled himself backwards. 1 man versus 5.
I said stop!
Coursing with adrenaline, he pulled the rope free from their clasp. The tug of war was over. The cave had won. Floyd fell back down. Homer, Miller, Burden, and the other 3 men were flat on their backs, panting for breath. The cave would not let this man go. The futility of the situation sank in, and all they could do was leave for now and rest. Outside, the number of spectators had increased to 200. They buzzed and asked useless questions, and Homer walked dejectedly past them. He sat by thinking what he could do. The cause seemed hopeless.
Homer?
Then, someone showed up who could turn things around. He looked up to see a childhood friend of both his and Floyd's, Johnny Gerald. He was just the man for the job. He was an experienced caver, and he was an experienced cave-trapped person rescuer.
Alright, let me go see him. Well, look who it is.
Floyd perked up immediately,
Yay!
thrilled to see Gerald. The sparkle from Floyd's gold tooth could be seen in his smile.
Alright, let's see what we can do.
Gerald jumped down. And then, for the next 3 hours, Gerald went back to the original plan of digging away the rocks. His stamina was good, and progress was surprisingly good as well. For several more hours, he continued, just moving stone after stone New one would fall in its place, and he'd move that one too. By midnight, he had enough room to shift position and clear some of the gravel that was at each side of Floyd's body. Gerald would spend several more hours scooping. And it worked. Slowly, more and more of Floyd's body was coming free from the rubble. The lower shoulders, his chest, even his hips and thighs. It was incredible progress, but Gerald wasn't done yet. He kept going until practically all of the rubble, except a few harder to reach piles down by his legs, remained. The relief from the weight made it significantly easier for Floyd to breathe and flex his limbs. Over the course of those few hours, Gerald managed to scoop away more than 1,000 pounds of debris. But there was still a lot more to go. And that rock by Floyd's foot was still holding him in place. By 2 a.m., Gerald was spent. He needed rest, and he was ready to head back outside.
Floyd, tomorrow, you're gonna be a free man.
Now here you might think that things will become straightforward. They did not. Now that space had been cleared, Burden became convinced that if he could get down that passage,
I fucking
he
wanted
could
to.
free Floyd with another rope pull.
Oh my god,
Fate
stop with the fucking
decided
rope
with
pull.
both feet or just one. So Burden marches up to the cave once again, but when he tried to enter, they shoved him in the other direction. The crowd was acting as a sort of phalanx, and anyone who tried to get in was told to get lost. They had been specifically instructed to not let anyone in, and they were especially opposed to Burden making another rope pull after word spread about the disaster of the first attempt. He tried to reason with them,
Let me try the rope pull again. It'll work this time.
but they would not hear it.
Oof.
Of the 3 other people who could reach him, Gerald and Homer are out exhausted and sick, which leaves only Miller, who is tied up with work. With Burden barred from entering, Floyd was left on his own, wondering why it was that no one would visit him.
Hello? Is anyone there? Help. Hey. Anyone out there?
Now, the work Miller was doing was handing over reports to his boss about Sand Cave. Those reports would be fed through the news grapevine to the Associated Press, and the Associated Press would send that out to its very large affiliate network. The word was spreading about Floyd. By afternoon, Miller was done with his work and he hurried back to the cave. So he gets inside and, his eyes didn't have to work half as hard to adjust to the dark. Someone had installed electric lights from the entrance right all the way down to Floyd. Miller popped down to the lower level.
I think an Amazon package is here for me. Give me a minute.
Here, buddy.
When Miller reached Floyd, he took the final bulb and attached it to his collar to keep him warm. Then, reusing that syrup tin, he started offloading gravel into buckets. Those buckets were then passed up and down the cabin, like an assembly line. And so it went on for the next few hours.
I was muted. I'm back. Got an Amazon package I thought I needed.
Took some time
Excited about that.
One-on-one with Floyd. He said, you know, there are a lot of people in the news that are reading about you and have you in their prayers. Is there anything you want me to relay to them? Floyd had been in that cave for over 100 hours now, and seeing everyone working together, Floyd was overcome with a sense of hope and relief. Floyd wanted to pass on a message. Here is what he is quoted in the newspaper.
I believed I would go to heaven. I can feel that I'm to be taken out alive and with both my feet. I kept thinking,
Bold.
what would happen if the rock above me would fall? it caused me to shudder. I kept thinking to drive my mind to something else, but it wasn't much use. I couldn't do much to help those who came to help me, but I knew that a lot of people were willing to do all in their power. It gave me courage. Tuesday morning, I thought to myself, 4 days down here, and no nearer freedom than I was on the first day. How will it end? Will I get out? I couldn't think of it. I have faced death before. It doesn't frighten me, but it is so long. Tell them I am not going to give up. Tell them I'm going to fight and be patient and never forget them.
Meanwhile, news of the incident kept growing. The entire country was captivated by Floyd's story. Crowds huddled around newspaper stands each morning and afternoon, waiting to get any new drips of information. It became a water cooler topic. Did you catch the latest episode of Game of Caves? He had the prayer power of practically every church in the county. Even the upper echelons of government were keeping tabs on Floyd. Congress halted session to get their little updates, and even the president, Calvin Coolidge, took a glancing interest. By the end, the Floyd Collins incident would explode into the third largest non-political story between World War I and World War II. All of this excitement.
God, we had slow news back in the day. Like nothing was going on. It was like, ooh, yeah, I guess.
The bank vaults ran empty as people withdrew
God.
to spend around town.
We lived our lives back in the day.
Restaurants didn't even have enough stock to feed all the new customers. Practically every hotel room in the county was taken, so residents capitalized with a 1920s version of Airbnb and charged outrageous fees to offer places to sleep on their bedroom floor or in mattress-lined bathtubs. And 4,500 automobiles impatiently sat, backed up for 2 miles from 20 different states to drive onto the Collins farm, churning up all the pristine green fields with their tires and turning them into brown muck paddocks. Deep below all those tourists, there's Miller, trying to free Floyd. Alright, a little bit of setup. Floyd, Miller, some remaining rubble, rock. For anyone to lift the rock by hand would be impossible because Floyd's body obstructs the hole. Miller grabs a crowbar and shoves it through the gap. Now he's going to lever it off Floyd's foot. Cool. The crowbar is now primed in place. Next, he takes a jack. He positions it on top of the crowbar so that it will be forced against the ceiling. However, problem. That jack is too big. It doesn't fit. Miller yells up the tunnel for a smaller one, but this took some time. And when it arrived, too small, won't reach the ceiling. But instead of sending for another one, Miller takes 2 blocks of wood and bolsters them underneath the crowbar. Right, so the crowbar now sits higher, it fulcrums against the blocks, and the jack is sitting on top. All Miller has to do is expand the jack, which he will do using this spanner, holding it at the very tips of his fingers.
Aha.
Sounds easy. It's not. But that's
This
the plan.
effect should make it look like we're breaking the border. Just a little bit. Nice little 3D effect. Plus it looks like we're breaking the paneling, which is always it's always cool to see.
With a pang. Floyd wasn't hurt, but Miller was contorting and exerting his whole body from back to fingertip. They tried again. Same result. Undeterred, Miller caught his breath and gave it another shot. He slowly turned the jack. Pressure building. And this time, Miller could feel the rock move. It bloody moved. He kept turning the wrench and the rock moved a little more. His hands were shaking, knees weak, his arms are heavy. Pang. One of the wood blocks flew out.
No.
It all scattered apart. The rock painfully slammed back down on Colin's foot.
You'll get it next time, Miller. Try again.
Miller kept on trying. Countless attempts. He kept pushing himself deeper into the trap, finding new approaches. Damn the blocks. No, try the blocks again. Clear some more rubble. Floyd, unable to help physically, is supporting him in spirit at least, cheering him on. Yay. And Miller kept going and going and going until he had nothing left. For the next 4 hours he tried. No progress. Miller was exhausted. He couldn't do this on his own, but he was the only one slim enough to get in through the gap. The group decided to concede for now and return to the surface. They would take just a small break, but it looked to everyone like there was a clear way to get this man out. So Miller and Burden crawled back through the mud and the wines of the cave. As they made their way through, the cave was visibly sagging. The ceiling seemed lower. Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands. They stepped outside and took in the fresh country air. But as their eyes adjusted to the light, they saw something new. A man named Henry Carmichael was standing in front of a sizable crowd
who's that?
of engineers in hard hats and soldiers in military uniform. Now, Henry is the superintendent of the Kentucky Rock Asphalt Company. The engineers are his employees, and the men in military garb are the National Guard. Now, Carmichael has been quietly looking at the situation from afar, and he is thoroughly unimpressed. This is no rescue operation. Once Miller & Co. call it quits, Carmichael had 2 of his employees do a proper survey of the cave and see if it was suitable to bring in his whole team of men. The 2 surveyors go in. As the passage led down to Floyd, it was showing alarming signs of deterioration. You could see the splitting of the rock above. Boards were slipping out of place or splintering. Small rocks tumbled down the walls. They soon came back with a report. It was not good. Alright, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, surveying its condition, looking at the boards, the ceiling, the stability of the walls. Casey continued deeper towards Floyd. He was fighting against his nerves. The shifting of the rock pinged his every instinct to flee. But he could hear Floyd calling out for help in the distance. Summoning all of his courage, he pushed himself on, through the final squeeze and over the ledge that looked down on Floyd. Rubble continued to drop from the ceiling, bouncing all around him. The ceiling felt closer to him than it was before, but maybe that was just the dark playing tricks?
Please, come down. I can't right now, Floyd, but I will when I get back.
Now, Casey is being pulled in 2 directions. No, come back, come on. Let's get out of here already.
Please, I'm so thirsty.
Okay.
Casey climbed down next to Floyd.
Quick, drink,
said Casey as he tried to pour some coffee into Floyd's mouth. But Floyd turned his head and kept his lips pursed. The rocks were falling at a faster rate now, the loud cracking out above, sounding like thunder. In that moment, Casey realized what was happening. Floyd was not really asking for a drink. Floyd knew that a cave-in was inevitable. Scared and approaching his 5th-day trap, he was at his wit's end. He knew he was about to be trapped in that cave, and he didn't want to be trapped alone. For God's sake, Casey, come on, you're gonna get us killed.
Stay with me, please. Don't leave.
Casey quickly turned away and scrambled back up the ledge. He made his way back through the final squeeze, his limbs scrambling against the cave walls. It seemed as if everything around him was shrinking. He made it out, and he joined his co-worker. They both turned around and watched on in horror as the yellow of the bulb was being swallowed by the dark. Rubble fell fast and heavy until no light could be seen at all. Rocks blocked out Floyd's cries.
Excuse me.
The one route to Floyd was now sealed shut, a tomb of rock and dust. It's morning. Burden and Miller jump out of their tents, ready for the day. They're feeling optimistic. Today will be the day that they get Floyd out of there. And they're packing some new tools to help them with the job. Wire to wrap around the wooden blocks, that'll stop them from slipping. And a blowtorch to carve away some of the rock, make the hole a bit bigger. But when Miller got to the turnaround room, all of that optimism left him. The entrance to the squeeze was now just a pile of debris. Miller froze, staring at it for a long while. Then he sighed and did the only thing he could think: make an opening through that rubble. But the more he raked away, the more fell in its place, It was never-ending. He persisted, ignoring the danger around him. Thud. A large piece of debris landed on him. Luckily, it was only dried clay. He is uninjured. But recognizing the danger, Miller returned to the surface. 15 minutes later, he emerged from the cave with a bloodied-up nose and bruises down his back and shoulders. Burden caught sight and races over to him. Miller just says, "For God's sake, don't let anyone go back in there." Miller leaves the site. Burden doesn't know what to do. Over at the house, Homer is terribly ill and out of action, and that just leaves Gerald. Now he comes marching up when he hears the news, and he is livid. He told the crowds to keep away or the whole thing would cave in, and they didn't listen. Then exactly that thing happened. And what were they supposed to do now? The rest of the day was spent squabbling and bickering over who was to blame. "You caused the cave-in." "No, you caused the cave-in."
Oh, cave your bloody head in, mate!
And Floyd spent the rest of that day alone. The surveyors continued checking the cave throughout the day. At 6 p.m., Carmichael had ordered everyone to an assembly. Gerald took the floor. He was going to give this one last shot. Gerald addressed the crowd.
Listen up. There's death down there. The walls and ceilings are crumbling. Unless you're determined to take the biggest chance you ever took in your life, tell me now and stay outside.
Next, they told all the Gorkas to get the hell out of the cave. Clear off. And so, Gerald went in and out of that cave half a dozen times, working away at the rubble, blocking access to Floyd, leaving only when he suspected another cave-in or to get food and water. Men on the sidelines were supplying new timber. A group of men helped Gerald to prop up the ceiling and guard against further collapse. Gerald toiled away at the pile, eager to reach his friend. He worked steadily, mindful of the danger poised right above him. Bit by bit, he reduced that pile until a light. He called out, yelling updates through the hole.
Bad news! We can't reach you, but hold on! We're coming!
Gerald continued. The pile got smaller still. The gap was large enough now that Gerald thought he might be able to fit.
Okay, that's enough. Floyd, I'm going for now, but when I get back, I'm gonna get you out of there.
Gerald scrambled back out the cave, over to the men, and through panted breaths he said,
"Gather the equipment, and in an hour's
Oh, this
time,
does not
it's
look
gonna be
good.
me and Floyd coming out of that cave."
That does not look good at all.
Gerald entered Sand Cave for his final time. The walls had been reinforced, but mud and water was accumulating everywhere. He waded through it and pressed on past the danger of the sagging ceiling. With determination on his face and a grease gun clutched in his right hand, he scrambled towards Floyd. But before the final squeeze, he stopped. It was all gone. Another cave-in, even worse than the first. He thought about how he could have been on the other side of that rubble. His mind raced, weighing out what to do. He shouted,
"Floyd!"
As a not-so-subtle reminder of the danger he was in, a rock fell from the ceiling and cracked Gerald across the head. Luckily, just a small one. He felt around for blood and kept shouting.
"Floyd!"
He could definitely hear a voice, but it was faint. Gerald was scared that this was Floyd's last shot at rescue, and he threw himself against the pile and pulled it away with finger and nail, launching the debris behind him with force, tearing at the pile like a man on fire. Dust bellowed, rocks flew, and he kept shouting out for Floyd as he went.
Floyd!
Until finally, the cave had had enough. It let loose a large, jagged rock aimed straight at Gerald, striking him on his back. Gerald stumbled out of that cave, injured and defeated. Only after the cave-ins did they start to think about all of the things that they could have done.
Wait, why didn't we rig a portable telephone line? That would have been incredibly simple here in 1925.
Yeah, why have we been running in and out to deliver updates? Why didn't we give him an AM radio? He could have had something to listen to and receive messages of support from the public. Wait, why don't we rig up a tarpaulin so we could lift his torso up so he wouldn't be slowly dying of exposure?
Oh God, why didn't we run a feeding tube? That's also a technology we have in 1925.
All too late. Now what? The one route to get to Floyd is closed forever. That meant two options. Number one, capitulation. Surrender him to the cave. Or number two, dig down from directly above Floyd. Now, the prospect of digging from above seemed almost fanciful. At least, it did in the beginning. But luckily, they had some help. Owing to Miller's reporting, Floyd had become practically the most famous person in the country. The rescue had become a high priority for the governor of Kentucky. Lieutenant General Denhart enters the scene. He's been updated on the situation, and following shortly behind him is a small army of miners and engineers. He declared to the despondent crowd, "Gentlemen, I am here on behalf of the governor. The purse strings of Kentucky are open. Take this blank check and bring that man out alive." Floyd, in that cold, wet confine, could not have imagined the scale of the operation that was going on 55 feet above him. Authorities assumed control of Colin's rescue. Denhart gave Carmichael control over the site, and Carmichael raced to get to work. Carmichael rallied up his men, his fleet of expensive high-tech machinery. Professional groups were brought in from all across the state. No longer was this the ad hoc effort of a few individuals. It was a professional and organized rescue. No more squabbling and standing around. Everyone knew what they had to do, and they were working as fast as they could. But just as hopes were rising, they were once again dashed against the rocks. They had all of this state-of-the-art machinery shipped in and assembled by the engineers and rearing to go. And it was all worthless. See, the problem is, the cave drew air into it. These diesel-powered engines pumped out enormous volumes of choking exhaust. Within a day's operation, the cave would be filled with carbon monoxide, and Floyd would be dead from asphyxiation. Just as quickly as solutions would arise, the cave would parry them away. It refused to let this man go. This useless machine.
This one might be a bit of a hard angle to do, but I don't give a damn.
Which means they would have to spend the next couple of hours disassembling all of it and moving it away. Because they're about to dig a 55-foot pit the old-fashioned way. By hand. Carmichael's expertise was in quarries, but the principles transferred over to caving and digging holes. He did some quick back-of-the-envelope math. I've got 75 men. They can dig at 2 feet per hour, and we have to go 55 feet deep. That means we can get to those men in roughly 30 hours, give or take. Now, is it possible that Floyd could survive for another 30 hours? Absolutely. Let's go. 4 men started at great pace. The soil was soft and easy to dig. But as they got deeper, it became more difficult. The deeper the shaft, the narrower it became. Soon, instead of 4 men, they could only fit 2. Carmichael understood well that this was a race against time, so it was important that these 2 men were working at full capacity. Carmichael had a queue of men on the sidelines, poised to dig, and the moment that either of the 2 men in the hole slowed down, they pulled them out and threw in a new one. Nonetheless, progress slowed the deeper they went. About a quarter of the way down, they reached rock, and one of the men would have to work a pickaxe, leaving only one to shovel. At this depth, rubble couldn't just be flung into a pile. They had to start loading it into buckets, which would have to be pulled to the surface on ropes. Then men outside were ready with wheelbarrows to cart that downfield. Time passed. Hours passed. Night went to day. The day was hot. This was yet another problem, because it's early February, there's tons of ice still in the ground, and its exposure to the midday sun was causing it to become unstable, and the ground was becoming sodden as a result. Progress slowed once again, just half a foot per hour. There was little for Colin's friends and family to do, but watch the clock and pray. Interestingly though, there were a lot of people on the sidelines. Floyd wouldn't have believed the scene above him. Practically everything but a Ferris wheel. Food stalls were set up to cash in on the crowds. Families and church groups picnicked in the fields. Despite prohibition, moonshiners showed up to sell jugs with all of those X's written on them. There was even a bloody juggler.
I won't stop juggling till he's free.
And Old Man Lee was there, walking around, shaking his jar, and soliciting donations. But where were Homer and Burden and Miller during all of this? Okay, let's back up a bit. People did not properly understand exactly how Floyd was trapped, and the news didn't help much either. So the obvious question started to arise. Why hasn't he been rescued yet? Just clear some gravel or pull a rope. How is this so hard? Motive was attributed.
I heard they didn't even want to have him rescued at all. I heard that they're doing all of this for publicity.
And Lee's activity of soliciting donations, remember from before, further inflamed rumors.
I bet Floyd isn't even trapped in there.
These were all real rumors, and they got worse.
You know what? I've heard he comes out at night, and then he just goes back in the morning.
Other rumors included,
I heard that after Floyd went into the cave, someone murdered him.
Others said,
I think they're withholding food and water from him so he dies. This whole thing is a fraud.
As time went on, it was harder and harder to ignore the hoax claims. Then, people started to form righteous mobs, claiming the whole thing was a fraud, and they started to get nasty. In fact, 2 people even went to the telegraph office and pretended to be Floyd sending telegrams to his mother, who, by the way, died several years ago. Here's what it said. Quote, "Please contradict statements that I am buried alive in Sand Cave. Stop. Tell mother I am all right. Stop. Am coming home. Stop. Floyd Collins." Naturally, the AP published these telegrams unquestioningly, and now word is out to the press that he isn't actually in the cave after all. That made the authorities look foolish, and it could not go on. So, a hasty court-martial was arranged, and Homer, Miller, and Gerald were summoned. They hold one session on Monday and another on Tuesday. Lee and everyone else is cleared of charges, a retraction is written, and things carry on. The men at the dig were busy as ever. They set up pumps to mitigate the water in the shaft. Men continued working in shifts and carrying away the earth. Here they are with strips of lumber to shore up the walls. They were just short of halfway, and their rate of clearing material had slowed to a mere 4 inches per hour. It was at that point Carmichael went, "Yeah, okay, sod the cavers, try the dynamite." But it hardly made a dent, and it risked causing the shaft to collapse. But despite all of these challenges, there was an optimism in the air, because everyone was keen for their turn to dig. And because they had one more thing to latch onto. He is probably still alive. Now, how do they know that? Okay, so remember that light bulb around Floyd's neck? Well, it's powered by a simple copper wire. Bare copper wire is subject to very minute fluctuations in resistance. So, an engineer rigs up a radio amplifier to this wire to read the current and see those small fluctuations. There they were. About 20 per minute, the rate of steady breathing. As his chest expands and contracts, they can read it from this device. And so, they kept going. And going. And going. 30 hours was the original estimate. Now 144 hours had come and gone, and they were only at 44 feet. Then, Rain fell. Rain that mixed with dirt to make mud, much of which then froze to make ice.
Ugh.
Ice which expanded and damaged the integrity of the shaft walls. Slowing down with every hour, they continued. Many more hours passed, and they were getting close. But it was now 15 days since Floyd was first stuck in that cave, and people had mostly lost hope. That excitement in the newspapers was tempering down. Visitors began clearing out from Cave City. Many still held on to hope, but their final lifeline, that light bulb, had burnt out. And it wasn't possible to do any more readings on the radio amplifier without it. No one knew if Floyd was still alive. Another 51 hours would pass before, finally, they reached the 60-foot depth.
I'm in. Chisel.
A chisel is handed down at 1:30 p.m. on Monday, February 16th. Sand Cave would open once again. Floyd had been pinned in that cave for 17 days. 12 spent without food, survivable. 12 without water, likely not survivable. The light bulb, a vital source of warmth, burned out 4 days ago. But maybe the moisture from the dripping of the cave walls provided him with some sustenance? There are stories of people surviving harsher extremes. A few final rocks were moved to allow Ed Brenner to squeeze in. Everybody stood by, absolutely silent, peering into
Yes,
that
yes,
hole.
yes.
Ed scanned the opening with his flashlight, listening carefully for movement. Then, head first, he worked his way in. The flashlight reflected dimly off the rock walls, but then caught the reflection of something gold. That golden flicker was not the light bulb. It was the glistening of light reflecting off a gold tooth. His mouth hung open. Floyd was dead. Brenner was helped out of the cave and he delivered the news.
Dead.
A coroner would later state that Floyd succumbed to exposure and that they had missed him by just 3 days, about the same time that the light bulb had gone out. When the light bulb went out, so too did his one source of warmth. If it had held out, Collins might have as well. But what would they do now with the body? The shaft walls were ready to fall inwards, and risking lives to remove a corpse was seen as just irresponsible. So it was decided by the authorities. Floyd will stay in that cave. Now this did not sit well with the family, but what could they do? The next day, they planned the funeral. The town emptied of people, and the shaft with Floyd at the bottom was filled back in. But that's not quite the end of the story. But if you hung on for this long, keep holding on, because things are going to continue to get interesting. But first, let me do a wrap-up of where everyone is and all that stuff. Context. The Collins family already had financial hardship. Lee Collins wasn't able to raise much money from the donations. After the crowd cleared, he was seen searching the site, scanning for empty bottles that he could resell. But the owner of the land, B. Doyle, and supposed friend of Floyd, was wholly unsympathetic. He put up a sign that said, "Floyd's dead body, right this way. Come on now."
Oh, right.
50 cents a gander. It's 100 years later, B's dead. Let's call it even. Also, remember those claims of Kentucky being an open purse? Well, the state reneged on the deal. They refused to pay many of the rescuers, and most of them went home without the promised pay, many having sacrificed a week's worth of wages from missing their regular work. Some of them did make some money out of the situation, though. They signed on to a type of touring theatre called vaudeville. They roamed the country, telling their personal stories of their attempted rescue. Miller received the best offer out of anyone, however. How about 50 grand to do the Chautauqua lecture circuit? It'll be worth nearly $1 million in 2023 money. He declined. He stayed loyal to the Louisville Courier, continuing his work there for several more years. Although, a bit of a perk, He won the 1926 Pulitzer Prize for his reporting on Floyd Collins. Okay, so back to the brother, Homer. He needed money and he agreed to do that vaudeville circuit. He stood on stage and shared with the crowd stories about growing up with his brother, Floyd, and detailing out the tragedy. But Homer made it known why he was up here on stage trying to get money. He had a mission.
I kept thinking of Floyd lying in the muck, where he had suffered beyond our power to imagine. I would never have peace of mind if he remained there.
He wanted the money to dig Floyd up and get him out of that cave. A couple of months later, he had it. Alright, so back to Floyd. April 17th, 1925. Homer and a team of excavators. They began to dig. Within a week, they had arrived at Floyd. But instead of coming down the same passage near Floyd's head, they approached from the other side where his foot was. It allowed them to remove the rock that trapped him in place. They lifted him up from his tomb and laid him down on the fresh air above. A couple of days later, Floyd was given an honored place at the family cemetery, next to his mother. A stalagmite was taken from Sand Cave, carved with his name, and used as a headstone. And there he lay. No, that's not actually where it ends.
Oh,
this is where it
right.
gets weird. 2 years later, 1927, the Collins family's finances hadn't much improved. A dentist, Harry B. Thomas, walked up to the property and made Lee an offer. Sell this property to me, and I will give you $10,000. Now, Homer begged him not to, because at the time, the government was starting to buy up tons of land in the area and turn it into national parks. They had to pay at a very competitive rate. But Lee was becoming a bit old and senile by this point, and frankly, it's doubtful that he cared about Homer or Floyd or anyone else for that matter. It's 100 years later, he's dead now, let's call it even. So, the point is, in this land sale with Thomas, Lee agreed to a very odd clause. And that clause said, everything on that property belongs to Thomas. And should he wish, for example, to exhume a dead body and re-embalm it and put it on display in something really tacky like a glass coffin inside a cave, maybe, then that would be his prerogative. Lee signed yes. And Thomas did exactly that. Doyle made Floyd's corpse a tourist attraction. That's right. 2 bits of gander, come and wonder at the incredible dead man who died in a cave. But to add insult to injury, it worked. Visitors returned to Sand Cave to gawk morbidly.
Oh, people.
Within a few months, Thomas had turned Lee's failing farm into a successful business. The Collins family, naturally, is appalled by the situation, and they immediately object. They try a number of times to get Floyd returned to them, including through the legal system. But somehow, incredibly, the judge ruled in Thomas's favor. And so, there he lay, for the next 2 years. The cave was not done with Floyd. Until someone hatched a plan. 2 years later, it's midnight, outside Sand Cave. Footsteps can be heard rustling through the brush. Now, we don't know who these 2 men are, but we know why they are here. To rob a grave. They sneak inside and clamber over the rocks in the darkness. Reaching Floyd's casket, they undo the latch and throw open the lid. There is his shriveled body. They throw him in a gunny sack, and they race off into the night. For 800 yards they carry dear Floyd, like a couple of sweaty Santas about to deliver a really terrible Christmas present. Panting, out of breath, knowing that they're going to get caught any minute, they reach the Kentucky Green River hillside. There's no time. With a 1, 2, 3, they launch his body towards the river, and Floyd goes sailing into the air, up, up, into the starlit beyond, and landing in a bush. Oh, God. The 2 men flee from the scene. Now, the next morning, Thomas notices that the body of Floyd is somewhat missing, and he contacts the authorities. The police come, they dust the casket for fingerprints, and bloodhounds are given Floyd's scent and let loose into the hillside. A few hours later, they manage to find him, splayed out in a big shrub down by the river. But this time, with a leg missing, that same one that was trapped under the rock. So, despite his protests, it had
Oh,
been amputated.
Lord.
Neither the leg nor the culprits were ever found. And while it would be nice to think that this was some well-intentioned duo that did this out of the kindness of their hearts to free Floyd, it's much more likely that it was an act of vandalism because Floyd was simply too much of a hot tourist attraction. The following day, Floyd was cast back into the cave, back into his box, and it was covered by a metal lid, surrounded by a metal chain, and locked with a padlock. He was now more trapped than he had ever been. This cave had spun fate once again to make sure that its victim would never leave. And so, time passed. Floyd's body would continue to decay. The rot from his body would eventually rot the casket too, and every decade or so, it would need to be replaced. A few years later, he was no longer on display. But even then, he remained in that box for many more years. By 1999,
Actually just ghoulish shit.
It was purchased by Mammoth Cave National Park, and it was closed to the public. There would be no more visitors. The entrance itself to Floyd's cave was closed with a steel gate and bolted, then welded shut. But the Collins family never gave up objecting to Collins' body being left in the cave. And here is where the story ends. In 1989, at the Collins' request, the National Park Service ventured into Floyd's cave. Continuing on a more than 60-year tradition, a team of people worked over the course of several days to remove him from the cave. They took him out, left the cave, locked it behind them, and laid Floyd to rest at the Mammoth Cave Baptist Church Cemetery. After 64 years in Sand Cave, he is now finally at peace. The end. Thank you to Wendigoon as Floyd.
If you don't let me out, I'm going to hire a gang of hitmen to come to your house and kill your family.
Samito as Homer.
The BTS meal McDonald's bag that has
I'm
McDonald's
hungry.
and BTS. Shut the fuck up and eat some BTS, bro.
Ordinary Things as Miller.
I'm enthusiastic, but would ultimately duck out the back exit.
Rusty Cage as Gerald.
Oh, well, hello there. Haven't seen y'all in a while. Welcome to my new home.
And many kudos as Burden.
Hey, buddy. You right down there? A little sleepy?
I can
We get your coffee? Little cup of Joe? Little cup of Joseph? A cup of Joseph from a little sleepy guy?
And do not forget, World of Tanks, World of Tanks. None of this would have happened if Floyd had got World of Tanks. Aliens. They exist. And what's more, they're here and they've been walking among us for millions of years. Just look up at the night sky. Each one of those lights is probably an alien. Shoot at them, and the police show up. Coincidence? Break into the CIA, just looking for clues. They put you on a no-fly list. Coincidence? There are no coincidences, only truth bombs, and the government is holding the fuse, locked up tight in Area 51. And so our story begins with one man, Joseph Expedience. On June 21st of the solar year 2019, Joe spoke to a whistleblower, Bob Lazard. Now, Bob claims to have worked at the Area 51. And so, Joe summoned him to his sensory deprivation satellite, where he could ask him probing questions about that government facility.
Machine that was able to read the size of your dicks.
Yeah.
huge.
View for yourself this incredible testimony before the UN takes it down.
You used to work at Area 51. When did things get weird?
Well, the way this went down was I only got hands-on with one of them, and I was fucking an alien. It produced a little discharge from the bottom. It was exciting. We turned the lights on, and all these guys are there. So
what in the fuck is this?
we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big...
Live in a house? That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees.
Absolutely.
We are the sex organs of the machine world. But for people who don't know, let's give them the bullet points. How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
You don't seem to have any muscle. Almost like a frame. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Well, the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and I thought, oh my God.
Hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up. I worked underground with the aliens. They shot my hand off. They're underground. There's bases. They're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust, and they move them at light speed.
You big fucking...
What? I'm not even doing anything.
Drop dead.
Hey, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Deal.
The fuck out. All right. That's it, folks. Good night.
These revelations were sent out all over the globe using beams.
Absolutely free.
And it started an incredible awakening, inseminating the people's brains with knowledge,
Who killed JFK?
flooring them with the revelation of it all.
An orangutan with a spear.
And soon they were bursting with righteous curiosity.
Bigfoot is a human-animal hybrid.
Alright, here's the Google searches for Area 51. That big spike there, that's when Joe Rogan put out his podcast. You get the idea. And you see, it reached the right man at just the right time. A 21-year-old named Matthew Roberts. He had heard about aliens in Area 51 before, and he believed. He wanted to see them. Real bad. But what could he do? How could he possibly get into Area 51 to check?
Let's play this.
Think.
Scenario 1. If I ran into Area 51, I would be shot and killed. Scenario 2. If me and all of my friends ran in, we'd both be killed. But Scenario 3. If there were so many of us, thousands, so much fodder that we eventually ran out of bullets, then someone, surely, is gonna get through and touch the government in its special area. My God. Within minutes, he was drafting a Facebook post. They can't stop all of us.
Willing to die for the government, let's do this.
On September 20th, 2019, we'll all meet up at the Area 51 Alien Central Tourist Attraction and coordinate our entry. If we Naruto run, we can move faster than their bullets. Let's see them aliens.
Okay.
This event then goes into the ether. And from here, it was up to the Facebook algorithm gods to decide what would happen next.
There's a lot here to be excited about. I think this could be very positive for our society and economy.
People from all across the flat world were receiving the invite, and they began pressing the attending button. Within just a couple of days, the event had picked up hundreds of thousands of attendees. People loved the idea so much, they began making memes about how they were going to raid the base. So many I can barely show you a fraction of them, rapid-firing them out like the bullets that would soon be gunning them down. And so the event spread, and spread around the internet, eventually morphing into...
Everyone who is something is
that's gonna raid Area 51.
Young people from all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
Nigel, a runner.
Null pointer, runner.
Stevens, agent.
Simon, a runner.
Freeman, 713. I am a sentinel.
Everyone's doing their part. Are you? We have the ships. We have the weapons.
Captain, put his gun down!
We need soldiers. We need you all. And just like that, the game was on. Airtime. Here's the new campaign. You're gonna love it.
To be or not to be.
Plans disappear. Dreams take over.
I live. I laugh. I nod. Nod on every device like a blank canvas. I can be here and anywhere.
Jan, a man of fortune.
Will you break these chains?
But wherever I go, there you are.
NordVPN.com/internet historian.
No, thanks. Look, I just...
Yeah, there's just an idea. I know what you want. You want the female audience, and I know women.
Good morrow to you, miladies. Have you heard about NordVPN? You should get access to the international Netflix catalog. Never miss another episode of The Handsome Man Show. When your dishwasher gets region locked, no more.
Okay, yeah.
So safe.
Moving on.
Strong arms, especially with their new product, Threat Protection. It protects me from malicious sites and downloads and trackers and intrusive ads. So think pink. Think NordVPN.com/internet historian. Woo! Because the V in VPN stands for vagina.
I think we've heard enough.
Fine. All right, I'll do the ads you like. Get Nord. Ooh, you could use some Threat Protect. Take your online safety more seriously. Have you heard about their amazing prices? NordVPN.com/internet historian. Tell them who sent ya. Ad over. Welcome to the mission brief. Let's do a bit of background on Area 51. Secret military base, first developed in 1955. This is what it looks like on Google Maps. It's approximately this big. Total area size, 51. And the volume, a big mystery. Until 1997, the government refused to even acknowledge that it existed. That is, until they were forced to by lawsuit. That lawsuit was about the death of 2 men who were former employees. And how did they die? Well, not aliens, but rather toxic fumes from burning garbage. Yeah, so what they would do is burn a whole bunch of cool, high-tech refuse on the lot, let the deadly smoke blow downwind, and the staff was stuck breathing it in. A few years later, bing bing bong.
Cancer. Ooh, I remember part of this video. I also think my commentary is getting a little fucking dead, so I might just call it in another, not a bit, little bitty bit. After this video, though.
We don't know if it's aliens.
I'm gonna take a break from the coloring here.
There's minions in there.
Virtual reality that seems so incredibly sexy.
But what has been leaked is that they do test flights on new alien craft. Motherfucker, don't you tease me. Produce new alien tech. Breed the latest version of the newest, gayest frog. Do not get it confused with Roswell. That's over here. Area 51's over here. And the final thing that we know is that security is top notch. They have that thing locked down. So, you want to break in anyway. Okay, but it's going to require some research. And the first thing to find out, has anyone ever tried breaking in before? Yes, several times. In fact, in January of 2019, an unnamed man broke through security barriers and drove 8 miles into the base. He got out of his car with a metal cylinder in his hands, and the military opened fire.
Whoops!
He was shot dead at the scene.
What a twist!
This time when a film crew from the BBC was arrested for trying to get in.
This is BBC News.
This time when a vacationing family of 4 went off track. You get the idea. They're not messing around.
Put your fucking hands up. I'm not going to tell you again.
But there's one story to top them all. And Will disguise his identity, but he is my personal hero. The month is November. The location, Las Vegas. And the protagonist, a professional limo driver. Now, he's more than a little unhinged. He decides to start harassing and sending death threats to a lawyer, whom we think was going to represent his defense for this incident. If you've ever seen this TikTok, that's our boy doing donuts and driving backwards down the Las Vegas Strip. Anyway, fast forward 3 weeks. It's like 6 in the morning and this guy is already doing donuts at a car park near the airport. Then he decides to drive from the car park into the airport itself. Offense? No problem. He drives right through it and onto the runway. He's just driving around, whizzing between planes, almost crashing several times, before eventually parking on a ramp. At this point, he jumps out, puts on a clown mask, and storms
Ooh,
right up
that
to the
cracky,
flight
that cracky!
He announces, aggressively, to the flight staff that there is a bomb in his limo. Quote, "I have a fucking bomb. I'm going to blow this place up." His plan? To commandeer this private jet and take it to Area 51. However, as sound as this plan was, the quick response by police meant that it wasn't really working out. So, he bails back to his limo, tries to make an escape, until eventually police catch up with him. At that point, he is quickly arrested. They take him in for questioning, and he starts telling them, "That's right, I did it to see the aliens." He also told them to refer to him as the Chosen One. And by the way, I have high security clearance. Also, I'm involved with the mob, and someone owes me millions of dollars. Later on, the bomb defusal crew checks out the limo and determines that it's just a fire extinguisher with a bunch of wires and duct tape and some fairy lights. Now, at some point, he gets out, presumably on bail, and CNN reporters walk up to him and start asking him questions. No statements from me, he says, but you should talk to my lawyer. And then he proceeds to hand them the business card of the lawyer that he's been sending death threats to for the last 3 weeks. Amazing. After all that, the judge ordered that he be sent to a mental hospital for assessment. Or so they say.
Ooh, how convenient.
Okay, so people have really died trying to do this. That means we're going to have to be a little more covert. So over at Area 51 HQ, the military can see that Facebook numbers have reached 1 million. And it doesn't take a genius to calculate that even if just 1% of them show up, that's... Wait a minute. Run those numbers. This many people. In a crowd that big, there's bound to be at least a few who'll do something stupid. In fact, the military took it so serial that they even went over the nuances of Naruto running. This is a real slide, by the way, and it required a real demonstration, of course. Now, some undercover operative then took a photo of that brief, and they uploaded it to Reddit.
They intend to use our tactics against us.
Alright, so if the military decides to do this, things could go pretty badly for Matthew. So Matthew goes back to his mind palace.
Think.
Let's not keep saying it's a raid. Instead, let's do a music festival. This would give Matthew an alibi and throw authorities off the scent.
I'm willing to music festival. For the government, let's do this.
Alright, Reddit, here it is. Alien Stock 2019. The official EDM party, hosted by Matthew Roberts. Set to take place in Rachel, Nevada, a town that just so happens to neighbor Area 51. It has 50 total residents and practically no infrastructure. Perfect. Yeah, nice try, fellas, said the military. And the captains and the generals all started planning their own EDM party. With the deep state. 3 groups in particular. Introducing Group E, the E-Local State Police. Police have their work cut out for them because, owing to this party, they think there could be upwards of 50,000 people descending upon the little town of Rachel.
Lincoln County Commissioners trying to tackle the tough task of preparing for a potential inundation of people, and Sheriff Kerry Lee has less than 30 deputies.
The county declares a state of emergency, and they allocate an extra $250,000 worth of enforcement for the weekend of the raid, as well as an extra 300 police officers and paramedics.
That many people are going to stress the community to the point that we can't cope with it.
This is some of the most exciting stuff that I've ever gotten to work on. And
Hold on, Mark. Group D, the defense.
I'm going to take out my gun and shoot somebody.
So the FBI agents that showed up at 10 a.m. They contacted my mom, and she was like, so she texted me, she's like, FBI's here, answer your phone. So, because I was kind of scared at this point, but...
This report from the Nevada Department of Public Safety was released last year, and it features some very interesting details. For example, they caught a group of YouTubers trying to plant a tracker on the bus that goes to and from the base.
We're going to pull an epic prank.
Highly illegal. And you may not be that surprised to hear that the military isn't actually that worried about people breaking into the base. Turns out, they have automated weapons. Not automatic weapons. Automated, whatever that is. No, instead, they think there's potential that real terrorists will, do the thing, or a thing. So, counterterrorism was given a budget to sweep for chemical, biological, radiological, and explosive material. Although, nothing was found. And there's just one last group getting involved as well. The corporate press. Disinformation agents in the mainstream media were getting involved. They immediately started warning people not to raid.
Use of lethal force authorized.
Spouting contempt for the stormers.
What started as a joke Facebook event quickly turned into a phenomenon reaching
Well, it
millions.
began as a joke, but
appears
now it's
the
turned
US
into
Air Force is
something
taking
much
these
more
threats seriously.
serious.
Astroturfing campaigns by Late Night Haha and number 1 through 7.
This feels nice to make.
See them tasers.
Laugh it all up. It's just a big joke.
Who say they're interested just keeps growing.
Faster than their bullets. Let's see them aliens.
And they weren't afraid to give some of the biggest, brainest takes you've ever heard.
It's not clear the 1.1 million Facebook followers who said they are going to storm Area 51 are real and not Russian bots.
You're a goddamn genius!
Fine. We'll make you take us seriously. Let the training begin.
And speaking of that, I think it's time for my workout.
And so the raiders began training.
Yeah, I'm back.
We train. So let's go. Sandwich.
They began pushing their...
Now let's check this out. Got some color in, so it's gonna look nice and tight.
Your movement's way cleaner. And
Nice. Nice. I think I'm actually gonna raid off here. I'm kind of getting really hungry now that I'm pausing. I'm like, dang. Okay. No. 19 more. We can finish this video first. We'll finish the video, then we'll do it. But I'm getting real hungry. I'm starting to feel in my soul.
their spirits. Pushing their minds. Pushing their friends and families' patience to the limit.
Who wants to come with me to kick some alien butt? In September, join me. We out.
And that's what fitness will be like in the metaverse.
As we zero in on the day of the raid, the count is up to 2 million attendees, and that puts us on par with the world's largest standing army. So to coordinate all of these troops, we'll need a battle strategy.
Lay it on us.
From r/memes, intel was being filtered down to the troops. Groups such as the Minecraft YouTubers, the Normans, the Weebs, Facebook moms, the Tiles, the Chads, the Crackheads.
Is this a 5 o'clock free crack giveaway.
Florida man, the Australians, the gay Reddit mods,
Okay, this thread is locked.
and the North Korean defectors. They all had their role to play. So, Godzilla comes in from the east while the Australians make a distraction that allows the minion cosplayers to breach from the south. Of course, these very serious strategies would have to be disguised as memes so that they could be spread across YouTube, Reddit, and TikTok without the threat of being. Although, not everyone was as tech savvy. Authorities managed to nab one of the main cartographers, and they pressured him into an interview on the television.
It took me a total of 5 minutes to put this image together. It was sort of like a battle strategy almost.
It was completely rooted in satire.
That was just completely rooted in satire.
And no one should raid, this is just completely a joke.
And completely just a joke.
Mission counting sheeple complete. You can take him out. Okay, so remember how we're not raiding anymore and it's just a music festival? Wink, 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 wink. Well, bad news.
Okay, so it sounds like you maybe are looking at changing venues. Possibly.
Possibly.
It's all up in the air. We're putting Maddie on the spot here.
There's a lot of challenges, so.
But it's 2 weeks away, so. It's kind of got to like figure it out, I guess, somewhat soon, right?
Yeah, it's all kind of falling apart. See, Matthew had organized Alien Stock with a few other people, but his main business partner was Connie West.
I didn't plan it. It planned me.
But Matthew is the headliner. His name is attached to everything. And he's starting to get worried about a fire festival type situation in the desert.
Be a Firefest 2.0.
He wanted to make sure there's plenty of water, food, security, insurance, etc., etc. And here, deals and communications start to break down. Eventually, there's a lawsuit and it's kind of boring.
Things that they were supposed to pay for, I'm stuck paying for.
Who cares?
We're going to skip it. But the TLDR is that they had a disagreement, and Connie said,
I don't have to prove to you what I spent. You didn't sign a fucking contract with me to begin with. So guess what? I don't need to prove to you a motherfucking thing.
And Matthew said, Matthew then took $70,000 worth of sponsorship money and declared Alien Stock and Rachel cancelled. But then, at the same time, Bud Light walks in.
It's the Bud Night. We're saved.
They say, hey, why not do it here? In the Vegas. It has plenty of lighting, indoor plumbing, it has everything. Matthew said yes. And then using the website for Alien Stock, he told everyone to not go to Rachel and instead to go to Vegas. Welcome to Alien Stock Las Vegas, sponsored by Bud Light. And also Pornhub, but it's a long story. Connie was
Fuck it up. Okay, fuck it, of course Pornhub got in.
She decided to press.
This fucker's getting on everything.
No matter what, it's going to be a great party.
She had to take full control of the event in Rachel, dipping into her savings and even mortgaging her home.
I'm working out of my own pocket.
I think this is a liability. I'm out.
So is it clear what's going on? It's worth doing a very fast recap because there's an event in Rachel that's been declared cancelled but also not cancelled. Also, I forgot to mention there's an event in Hiko that isn't cancelled but it will be on the second day. There's also that third festival in Las Vegas which has the former promoter of the first one and they both share the same damn name. And none of this has anything to do with the actual raid on Area 51, which is here, which has several gated entrances by the way, and none of them have been declared the official gathering point. Confused? Yeah, pretty much everyone was. It's a goddamn mess. People, rightfully, put the whole thing in the too hard basket and instead of going to one in the middle of nowhere, just went to the one in Vegas. Let's fast forward to the weekend of the raid. For better or worse, Rachel is about to open its doors to the millennials.
Hell yeah! Encore now has come to an abrupt halt.
Don't let the aliens get you, Ken.
Do you believe in aliens?
I don't. Run! Get out of here!
Oh, you know, I want to hear about the alien liberal agenda. They could have some good talking points. We don't know.
To protect my mind from interference.
We have a wanderer.
Don't let me leave, Murph!
It could be anything stock, but it's alien stock.
How do you see you walking with that shirt up over your head like that?
I know. And the first ones are supposed to be always, the best ones. Paranormal lawyer, PhD level field investigator.
Stuff in downtown Las Vegas. Did they change the name or is it still alien stock?
I think I'm on my highest high I've ever been in my life. Look at it.
And we
We are taking a look kind of the area here. You've done a lot of work in a very short period of time.
The security's here, the medical's here, the food is here, the people are here. And most importantly, toilets are here.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I just went through a breakup, guys.
Well, it wasn't quite the event that they had hoped for, but they did do a commendable job of acting retarded for the news.
This is the most fun I've ever had in my life.
You think of yourself as being around?
I do.
Here for scientific reasons.
This is like the most millennial thing that's ever happened.
But don't let's forget Hiko, or the Heiko. No one knows how to pronounce it. This event was being hosted by George Harris of the Alien Research Center.
The owner of the center is Las Vegas businessman George Harris, creator of Alien Tequila.
If you want to have fun, if you want to have a great look, it's a great day.
Base camp was equipped with a vendor village of 10 food trucks, a gift shop, and 3-time Grammy Award winner Paul Oakenfold. For some reason.
I was told there's a lot of people coming.
Well, right now things are kind of slow at the Heiko event here, so that's kind of a disappointment.
Now, Hiko Base Camp was expecting somewhere between 1,000 and 20,000 attendees. It's quite a range.
Maybe 50 people here.
Clapping some alien cheeks.
Yeah, but no cheeks are clapped
where's
at
the
all.
cheeks?
None.
Where's
Zero
the cheeks?
This is like the first of a big thing.
But it wasn't. In fact, it seems as though the majority of the attendees were actually the press.
One lady believed that her parents is actually alien.
So, after the first night, they decided to cut their losses and cancel the whole event.
You know, the producers of the show, it's very, very, very expensive. And it just didn't make sense.
Because basically all of the attendees were stolen by
Alien Stock 2019.
We were going to go out to Rachel, and then we decided that we didn't want to get stuck in the desert. As much as I like Mad Max, I don't want to live it.
The Las Vegas Alien Stock, sponsored by Bud Light, was a smash hit. They've got carnival rides, photo ops, video games, and even a pool. No running.
Who could have predicted this? You make a post at 2 a.m. on a page that has 62 likes, and now you have thousands of people that are ready to come out to your show. It's absolutely amazing.
Back at Military HQ in Anne Arundel, operations were ramping up. They're adding more guards, upping the security, and enforcing a no-fly zone across the county. They were even infiltrating raider groups.
You could be standing next to an officer and not even know it. There's a big undercover presence here.
And they were giving stern warnings from the PR team. They posted
You doesn't
this
look at Mr.
tweet.
Rain.
The last thing millennials will see if they attempt to raid Area 51 today.
Sorry to disappoint you, Yugi. Huh? You triggered my trap card!
Millennials immediately seized upon the tweet, doing what they do best by pretending to be offended, successfully having the tweet taken down, and forcing a public apology.
I'm retarded.
Alright, this video is getting very long. Let's hurry up to the main event. The raid.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah.
Was that fucking Warframe music?
の目に砂を浴びせ鼻を折ります。はい。
Smoking these meats. 風という勝利は人がもたらすもの。
Toilets are here.
兵が足りません。我が子を見捨てるのは辛く、他の手立てがあります。それは誇りのない。屋敷勝利。愚かなさ。我は浜で死にました。もう。今一度己に問う侍よ。我に下るか。人が焼ける匂いが。天火山か。
Did I remove this off the bar? Yeah, I did. Oops.
俺が死ぬとでも思ったか。根源が滅んだくらいで。世の摂理に反している。押し上が受けた恥、すすぎに参った。
壁登りや谷渡りに。
Thank you for saving us. We are so grateful and horny. And yes, we wish to be your big titty goth alien GFs. And you won't be a virgin Reddit browser anymore.
Damn, it's amazing how little some of these parts have aged.
It was pretty close to something like that. Although I guess you could say that only a small group showed up to the main gates themselves.
Why aren't a million people?
Of over 2 million people, in total only about 200 actually went. But it's not about the quantity, it's the quality that counts.
Nice outfit.
Thank you.
Now throw him over!
People mostly behaved themselves.
I mean, I think it's awesome. You guys are following the laws, following directions, so. Yeah.
But they weren't about to leave without a consolation prize. Get some of the Area 51 soil. Top secret rock. Top secret rock.
You can have it. It's from Area 51.
Thank you.
Okay.
Also present at the raid were a few YouTubers.
So I came here to get myself an alien as a pet.
We're here to rescue the aliens!
It's like Halloween, but we're just annoying people.
Are you guys gamers? Playing games? No? You watch anime?
Yes, we got the rebellion
rebellious youth, and then you got people trying to lure E.T. into a cage with Reese's Pieces and stuff. That's a pretty good summary of the crowd that you have out here.
Bum 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 bum
But
bum
respect to the true
bum.
heroes. Security for keeping everyone. Ah, just kidding. It's the guys who got underneath this fence. God bless them.
Oh no!
And this cameraman whose foot raided the base.
Ooh, that's a nice crack in my
This
neck.
random woman who
Okay.
decides to just start walking. Police right there. No one's stopping her. Oh my god. She's gonna make it. She's going home. She gets charged for trespassing and receives a $1,000 fine. But soon it was time to wrap up.
The storm is over.
Because everyone's mums were there to pick them up. And if they were late again, there would be big trouble.
Okay, good night, everyone. Yeah, I'm going to sleep now.
Psych, it's not over.
There's one more thing that I want to tell you about today.
Because storming Area 51 would go on to inspire a plethora of other events. The storming of Loch Ness. That thing can't hide from all of us.
What did it look like?
It looks like a big stone.
Over 27,000 said they were going. Actual number 6. Okay, but storm the Bermuda Triangle, why not?
Oh no.
Drown all of us. And potentially millions actually went. But the evidence would be lost, so how would you know?
I am under the water. Please help me.
Or how about storm the Vatican? They can't molest us all.
Ugh.
Interesting twist on that one though. Someone cancelled the event. But overall, everyone had a pretty good time. Isn't that what Area 51 was really built for? It's something like that, you know what I mean? I haven't quite... Lamau, remember when I said that we were going to do shorter videos and also more frequently? Looks like you fell for it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. See you in the next one in 2 years. Or check out the Incognito Mode channel. That has a lot more upload. Goodbye. The Costa Concordia. Ship of dreams. It's been 8 years. I can still smell the buffets from their 5 restaurants. The casino and 3-story theater had hardly been used. The gym, the day spa, the sheets in her 1,500 luxurious cabins hadn't even been slept in. Costa Concordia cost $570 million to build. And you could tell. You could really tell. I remember it like it was just a few years ago. We had left Civitavecchia, a port in Rome, and we were making our way to Savona. It was day 2 of our 7-day journey. But that ship, she was cursed.
Oh my god.
When she premiered, the traditional bottle of champagne bounced right off the side instead of smashing. A bad omen, but I'm not the superstitious type. Nothing could go wrong on Friday the 13th of January 2012, on the 100th year anniversary of the Titanic, on a ship that's also only safety rated for 2-compartment flooding. Especially not when you have a 5-star max-level captain like Francisco Scatino, a man who mysteriously rose from head of security to the position of captain within just a couple of years. He knows exactly what to do in case of an emergency. For example, when he caused this emergency in 2008, when he crashed into a port in Sicily. And in 2010, in Warnemünde, Germany, when he was steering a different ship and came into port too fast and caused another collision. I've got a good feeling about this. So let's set the scene. It's a beautiful evening. People are having fun on the slides, drinks at the bar. Antonio Magnotta is playing piano at the restaurant. Martin the Magician is setting up for his show. And the ship is setting up for a little detour. It's called a sail-by salute. Basically, you get real close to the shore and honk the horn. The locals hate it, but the customers love it, and it's a tradition. Scatino, the captain, comes into the dining hall with the lady, Dominica Samorton. Remember this face because you'll be seeing a lot of it later. Scatino eats his dinner with her and socializes for a little while. Then he, Dominica, and the maitre d' finish up and excuse themselves. They're heading to the bridge. It's time for that sail-by salute. This time, they're going to get closer than ever. Just 1,500 feet from the island of Giglio. And how are they going to determine this distance? Well, of course, the captain is going to eyeball it. Apparently, it's not an uncommon thing to do. Scatino turns to the fella steering, his helmsman, Jacob Ruslibin. First interesting tidbit. Costa Crociere has hired Jacob from Indonesia at a rock-bottom price, and he's a bit of a newbie to the job. In fact, his profession hitherto, a painter and a cleaner. It's his first time steering a massive ship, and he's very excited. At least, we think he is. It's hard to tell because he doesn't speak English or Italian very well at all. Off to a good start. The second in command orders the helmsman to 290. Now, don't be confused by these numbers, they're just the degrees on a compass. At the same time, the captain whips out his cell phone and calls former captain Mario Palombo, who lives on the island. They chat about the safe distance to Giglio's shores. It's all very casual. Anyway, Mario says that the safe distance is between 0.3 and 0.4 miles from shore. The captain is going all in. This is not his first sail-by salute, so he's confident in what he's doing. We're going closer than we've ever been before. The captain's eyeballing it again. New heading of 300, he tells the helmsman. Downstairs, Martin is about to cut his assistant in half. And of course, that means that there's already a lady inside this box. She's waiting for the cue, and then she'll poke her legs out. The captain is giving more orders. Pulling gently to 310. Increase speed to 16 knots. Going this fast is going to be a fatal error. But before we talk about that, let's talk about another big problem. Language barrier. Because at this point, the captain says 325, but the helmsman relays 315. So the first officer intervenes, and he goes, no, 335, which is also wrong. And then the captain clarifies, no, 325. The helmsman confirms 325. Their poor communication has them moving at a much wider angle than they think they are. However, the captain should and would know this, except for the next problem, complacency about procedure. The standard procedure of a ship this large is for the third officer to give exact positional coordinates every time the captain gives a new directional order. But they're not doing that. 330, he says. The helmsman relays 330. The ship reaches 16 knots. The captain then turns to the second officer and instructs him to go to the left wing. That's these things here, and they basically exist so you can get a better view over the whole vessel. A few seconds pass, and then the mood starts to turn. Scatino notices white foam of waves breaking against the rocks directly in front of him in the distance. The Costa Concordia, right now, is almost 700 meters closer to the rocks than it should be. Without deviation, there is going to be a direct collision.
Oh, shit!
Scatino immediately commands the ship to start turning away. 335. Not enough. The captain shouts, 340. The captain yells, 350. Now, remember how I said that accelerating to 16 knots was a fatal error? Well, that's because it's made this ship incapable of such a drastic turn. What they've got is understeer. Here's an example.
The front end is not working. You're turning, and you're just going straight. You want to go over here, but you're going to end up over here.
So despite the order of 350, right now the bow is still only pointing at 327. Not nearly enough to miss the rock. And oh no, it's about to get worse. That language barrier again. In these critical moments where every second counts, the helmsman wrongly relays 340. The captain snaps back, 350 starboard or we end up on the rocks. The third officer goes to assist the helmsman. Now, don't get confused by the orders from here. We're changing over to rudder instructions. The captain yells, starboard 10, starboard 20, and still it's not enough. Hard to starboard. That means as hard as it'll go. But at this point, even if they clear these rocks, they need to get the rest of the ship to swing around it. So the captain yells, midship, which centers the rudder. The bow is now less than 150 meters from Skull Rock. Port 10. But the helmsman only gets to port 5 before another order is given 2 seconds later. Port 20. They might just avoid disaster here, maybe. But then, oh no. One more time, the helmsman cocks up at the worst possible moment. The helmsman goes to starboard instead of port, undoing the swing. 8 seconds later, he realizes the error and corrects, but it's too late. He has just turned a probable near miss into a sure hit. All they can do now is hold on as the bow of the ship narrowly passes by the rocks. Hard to port! The second officer yells, we're gonna hit! Collision.
Your movement's way cleaner and you're hitting combos more, I think.
Downtown.
Okay, that's it. That's it. We're not gonna watch the entire Concordia video as much as I'd love to. My voice is getting sore and I need food desperately. But mark it here. We did hit frame 183, so more than halfway through. We're gonna be pretty good. Gonna have time to do revisions. And until then, we're going to be raiding off into the snack Akomi's coils. Blip. Thank you all for tuning in. I know this wasn't Shadowverse, but the new expansion wound up looking like ass anyway, so a perfect time to skip it in favor of watching me fiddle around. Tomorrow, we're not going to be live because I'm going to be busy with other things, and on Sunday, I'll see you again, possibly to show off the finished version of this. Possibly to work on it more, who knows? Anyway, goodbye.